We do. We have to win. It's all on the line. You just got to win. I'm done winning arguments. With all due respect to the niceties, it feels good, but we're going to lose our republic. Again, the founding fathers did not live and die for this moment. I can't celebrate July 4th, the best of Roman Republic and Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty, the rule of law, not at the time where it's the rule of dawn. And if it hasn't dawned on you, I remember spending 90 minutes with Trump in the Oval Office, and I think he honestly thought everything was his. He was showing me the declaration, his declaration. It's a prize, White House, a corruption story happening on our watch.
So, speaking of fighting, President Trump fights with you a lot, as you might notice.
Yeah.
He's also basically waged a 10-year war on blue states and blue cities. Now, here at the Center for American Progress, we do care about facts and figures, and we know that California has grown to have the 4th largest economy in the world, that it is an engine of economic growth. But what do you say to people who worry about blue state governing?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're the economic engine of the United States, blue metros. During the Biden administration, about 71% of the GDP in the United States of America emanated in blue metros. 71%. I mean, we're the tentpole of the American economy, blue states. Many of these red states are donor states. I mean, again, speaking of state of mind, there are also states with lower productivity, lower wages, higher death rates, higher deaths of despair. The innovation index, not even interesting compared to other states. And they're some of the highest tax states. And I really want to make this point. Mm-hmm. The most regressive taxes in the United States of America are red states. They tax poor people more than they do the very rich. Think about that. Who's the high tax state? Florida or California? Texas or California? We have the highest tax rate. We don't have the highest taxes, but you fall prey to that. Many of you, the punditry, lazy punditry.
We're very happy with all the reporters that are here, however.
Yeah. You do. You got to update your facts. By the way, we did update ours. Bloomberg just came out with a piece that should just disabuse everyone of this California derangement syndrome. The top performing economy of all the 49 others, the top performing economy of all developed nations since 2019. 40% GDP growth. We have no peers. We dominate in every category. Dominate. You talk about manufacturing, you're talking about my home state. You talk to me about forestry jobs and hunting jobs, you're talking about my home state. You talk about venture capital, come on. $106 billion record-breaking venture capital. You talk about every category. There's not a single category, large-scale economic category, where California isn't the dominant state. We have more engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates than any other state in the nation. And we are the center of the universe. We're writing the rules of the future. And this is why the right hates us. It's insecurity. It's not our trajectory. You talk about fusion. You talk about quantum. Talk about AI. You're talking about California. 32 of the 50 top market cap AI companies in our backyard, the state of California. So all of these areas, promise, peril, all of that is represented in all of what I just said, that mosaic that is California, the future happening in California often first, America's coming attraction, including the challenges of affordability. Housing crisis that appeared in our state decades before it's now become not just a trend line, but a headline across the United States. The issues of homelessness, poverty, relationship to the cost of housing, the original sin in my state. So much of that now dominant in the consciousness and focus as we relate to the American system today.
I will get to AI, but homelessness and particularly housing costs have been high. You've taken some actions on housing. We at CAP have been very focused on how to lower housing costs. We looked at a lot of your ideas, a lot of synergies there. Do you want to talk about what you've been doing on housing?
Well, we've seen a 59% increase in the number of new housing construction since 2019 and a 56% reduction in the time for permitting, and it's still a low bar. It's a crisis. That said, we were aided and abetted by, he's here, Ezra Klein, this abundance mindset, which is California. It's not a scarcity mindset. It's always at our best, nation as well, an abundance mindset. And we recognize we need a party that builds, period, full stop. The Democratic brand should be a party building. There's one word to define us. There's destruction on the other side of institutions and allies and trust, truth on the other side. Ours, building, liberalism that builds. And so that's our mindset, and we were able to carry through with much more aggressive actions. Again, for things to change, you have to change. And so rather than the usual pace of reform that took shape in my state, including my first 6 years on housing where we made progress, we weren't making a difference. And that's when we decided to move these historic housing bills into the budget, which you don't do. And I threatened to veto the budget unless we got the housing bills done, and we were successful in doing so. It's the mindset we need to take into the future. Because at the end of the day, and you and I were briefly talking about this a moment ago, this system's broken. Mm-hmm. It's broken, folks. 10% of people own 2/3 the wealth. Same 10% own 93% of the value of the stock market. 30-year-old is not doing better than is her father for the first time in history. That is a 5-alarm fire. Doesn't work anymore. We can't tinker anymore. You can't play in the margins anymore. There's a reason Donald Trump's in office, the reason Bernie fills stadiums. They're both right on the diagnosis. And we can't, with respect, fail more efficiently by managing more effectively the decline. Doesn't work anymore. System has to be reimagined. It does. Can't play in the margins. Tax code is broken. I'm sorry. I know it offends many of you. It is. Inheritance codes doesn't work anymore. It's why we're having billionaire tax, wealth tax debates in my home state and all across the United States. The pitchforks, yeah, they're here. They're not just coming. And we saw it with all the populism and authoritarianism that came from that because of our lousy trade deals, and that when looking back, we're all geniuses, but the last 30 years and the rise of these authoritarian tendencies in terms of governance, we ain't seen nothing yet, because now it's the blue-collar worker that sounds a lot like 25-year-old white-collar workers that I see in San Francisco that are wondering why they're not getting a call back on a job interview. They're sounding the same. That's a different kind of coalition, the white-collar and blue-collar coalition. A lot of people are a little frustrated on the stepped-up basis where you can just borrow, die, no tax. This is, enough. This is not working. That's why I raised the minimum wage to $25 for healthcare workers, $20 for fast food workers. You still have 20 states at $7.25 an hour, and you're subsidizing that. That's madness. And now, with these trend lines, we've seen AI is going to detonate all of this. And it's happening in real time, and we're not talking about that. I know we're talking about hyperscale data centers and the utility. That's interesting. But we're missing, a memo from the West Coast, the world I'm living in, absorbed by, consumed by. Something big is happening in the plumbing of the world, and we still have systems that were designed in 1935 that are no longer viable in 1925. Unemployment insurance, you think that's going to work and hold up? That doesn't work for clerical workers anymore. You need employment insurance. Universal basic income, we don't need charity, we need ownership. It's universal basic capital. By the way, those are the creators telling you that, not just me. That's what Sam Altman, Dario, and others are saying. They're the ones making that point, and the voters are demanding it. Got to have an ownership stake. You cannot save democracy unless we democratize the economy. Period. It's just simply not going to hold up. It's the exact same fight. And so when I hear people saying, well, that Newsom guy, he's all about resistance. We need to focus on renewal. Sure, but I think it's the same damn fight. And so it's not just about populism, it's about realism. I don't begrudge other people's success. I admire it. Can't be pro-job and anti-business. But businesses can't thrive in a world that's failing, and it's failing. I mean, you need a GoFundMe page now if you have a major medical issue, literally. I have a friend, God is my witness, Suleiman, yesterday, literally sent me a GoFundMe. Guy has 2 or 3 jobs, and now GoFundMe. The hell is that? You have a healthcare system that's simply not viable. You know that. You may not like single payer. I don't even know how the hell to do it in terms of how I get rid of all your private health insurance, but it seems something's got to give. Just doesn't add up. Debt and entitlement? Seriously. Energy and climate change? Come on. And democracy in this economy. So there's these tectonic plates, and we've been slow to respond. All bargain no longer applies. My mom talked about 52 paychecks, and it required her 104. I feel like those are the good old days, 104 paychecks. So this is my mindset as I try to close out the last 7 months of my administration. I'm now running the 90-yard dash, and I'm thinking about universal basic capital. I'm thinking about public equity funds and dividends. I'm thinking about ownership. I'm thinking about what you're seeing in places like Denmark that do 90% wage replacement over a 2-year period and scale it down. I'm thinking differently about the WARN Act in doing early warning systems for displacement. I'm thinking about the fact that we're entitled to a transition. It's not just a severance in a LinkedIn post. I'm thinking very differently about all these things. And so we've got an executive order in this space. We've got a very aggressive effort, a series of efforts to pilot at scale some of these approaches to start to deal with some of this anxiety, deal with the inevitable displacement.
So just to zero in on AI, as you noted, California is the home base of AI, a lot of the AI companies. In the United States right now, we have an administration that essentially, for the most part, is people are on their own. Then in some corners, people are basically saying we should try to stop AI, which is impossible to do as a technology. So we're also seeing that attitudes towards AI are becoming much more negative, in part because I think people think they're just going to be off on their own. You have as I understand, new EO on impacts on the workforce.
Yeah. Well, we were the first to regulate large language model frontier models, the first safety efforts in the United States. When people say no one's regulating, they're wrong. They haven't focused on what California did a few years ago. But Kathy Hochul, to her credit, just modeled the version of what we did in the state. But you're right. Trump has just let it rip. He has David Sachs no longer there. But I think, by the way, they may have a little regret. My sense is Bess and others are like, okay, hold on here. When Mythos came out, cybersecurity issues, we're in a different space here. It's not just about the clerical workers, which are geographically diffuse, so it's really hard to look at white-collar displacement at the moment. But now there's a growing, I think, consciousness that we need to, yes, accelerate vis-a-vis China. I get all that, but you've got to steer the technology, particularly large language models on the safety side, transparency. And that's what California is trying to lead on, has been leading on. Just as we're dealing across the board with, digital contracts around your likeness, your voice, your writing, and ownership in that space. And we'll be very shortly doing 16 and younger on social media, a separate but connected issue. But on the workforce side, we're just not, look, if Dario's wrong at Anthropic, who says that within the next 4.5 years, 50% of the entry-level white-collar workers will be, just think about it. If he's wrong by half, just consider the consequences of that. You saw these are the guys writing the script, and they're seeing into the future. There's a reason why Peter Thiel struggled for 17 seconds on a simple question around humanity surviving. I mean, I don't want to be pessimist here. I think there'll be a lot of abundance, a lot of job creation. I think there'll be a lot of classes of jobs will be augmented. Nurses and others, and designers will be profound and consequential. And I think businesses are going to make a fortune. And that's why you cannot continue to have a payroll tax system that taxes jobs and then subsidizes automation. And so part of the EO is on that side. We have tax credits for automation. And then we burden everyone every time you hire someone with the damn payroll tax. Again, the whole system has to be reimagined. And I don't think we're having those accelerated or advanced conversations right now. We're still discussing who's going to pay for my increased electricity because of the data center, which is a legit issue, but it's not the issue. And you're right, the tech genie is not going to go back in the bottle. Just saying that you should not or cannot build a data center is not going to slow this technology down. What can be will be. Nature of technology. And so we just have to steer it and not make the mistakes we made with social media. But we have to do a scale and scope that we are not prepared for in our national politics. And that's why states matter. States are on the front lines of the rights battle. States are on the front lines of these tectonic changes. And that's why governors matter, legislatures matter. That's why our party needs to be bottom up, not just top down. That's why we got to get away from the guy or gal on the white horse to come save the day in 2028 and focus on 2026 and getting Speaker Jeffries the gavel and focus on accountability and trust, and then turn the page on a compelling vision, a journey that we can go together as American people where everybody feels heard and included. In some respects, that's the easier part of it, as we continue to fight the situational battles of the corruption and the rot of our institutions and the decay that Donald Trump continues to promote on an hourly and daily basis.
We're going to go to audience questions, so just type in your questions. We have some already. I'll just ask one last question. You're right that states are leading in many, many directions. One way states are leading is in fiscal responsibility. You just had a budget that actually balances your budget and addresses structural deficits, something we could do in the United States. I wonder what you'd say. Just talk to us about the kind of investments you've been able to make while balancing your budget, but also, perhaps share some thoughts on the deficit at the federal level under Trump.
Well, that's right. Look, I don't know, maybe I'm a 80s kid or something, but I was a little alarmed when I saw the debt larger than GDP. Well, maybe I'm a little old-fashioned. You start to do the math. I do math all the time. I spent 2.5 hours in my budget presentation. We balanced not just for this year, but next year, the year I'm gone. I believe you don't have to be profligate to be progressive. And I'm incredibly proud. No other state's done more in child care, almost 500,000 subsidized slots. I mentioned the work we have done in terms of wages, not just the issues of cost. The work we did with $11 insulin, not subsidizing it, just lowering the cost, using our market power to be more competitive in the marketplace, which is a mindset. We have universal health care. We expanded it. I know it's, you don't have to support this, but I campaign on it, and I believe in universal health care. And so we delivered it not just on the basis of pre-existing condition ability to pay, but also on your immigration status. Otherwise, we pay for it in the back end in the emergency room. We were able to broadly deliver on that. We were able to also create a brand new grade, pre-K for all. We created 100, I'm really proud of this. Now it's 5.5 million child baby bonds. By the way, we didn't name them Newsom accounts. I was an idiot. Everyone's like, wow, Trump accounts, what a great idea. I'm like, Jesus Christ. 5.5 million of these, up to $1,500. By the way, that's these things. And by the way, Cory Booker, hats off, and even Ted Cruz for being out there promoting this. Those bonds will be, I think, incredibly critical in terms of the UBC framework and the universal basic capital, and looking at compounding, looking at ownership. I believe there is a structure there that should be celebrated despite the name, which needs to change. But we should make sure we institutionalize that. But our whole point is we're forced to balance budgets. That's table stakes. But I'm also proud we were able to do it. We have a progressive tax system, which I embrace. I don't defend, I support, I promote it. And I think that's the approach this country needs to face. You and I were talking about these 4 or 5 major tax cuts in the Bush and Trump. I mean, come on. You talk about debt. Look in the mirror. CBO, is it 3.4 trillion 10 years or 4.7? Depends on which CBO report I read. I mean, it's madness. It's madness. We're spending more on interest than we are national defense. So this is not sustainable. Entitlement issues. And again, you talk about displacement, white collar workers, and then start to look at the entitlement question. So debt and entitlement, energy, climate change. I'm sorry, I know it polls at 2%. I'll keep talking about it. You can have a debate with the thermometer. I'm not going to. And, it's financial risk, climate risk. It's uninsurable. You talk about housing, You need to talk about climate. They're connected. So as we build all this back, build that scaffolding, you're right, states are on the front lines. And, I think it's why I'm very proud of CAP and the work you're doing. And I'm proud that you continue to remind us that governing matters, delivering results matter, visual results. Our biggest failure in California was the encampments. We weren't producing visible results. Unsheltered homelessness is down 9%, but you don't feel that. First time in 2 decades. Visible results. Results people can see and feel. Increased wages, lower costs. Focus on mobility, housing, not just wages. And radically alter our system of taxation that simply is not sustainable. Our first trillionaires, they're coming soon to a headline near you. Likely in a few months with SpaceX. Trillionaires. I mean, Plutarch reminded folks, what was it, 2,000 years ago, 50 AD, longer than that. The imbalance between the rich and the poor is the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics. Businesses can't thrive in a world that's failing. And so we have to fundamentally address that structural problem.
So we have a question. You've been talking about the corruption story of this administration, but how can we stop corruption in future administrations? How can you get politicians to tie their own hands once they've seen what this administration can do?
Yeah, there's the old adage, once a mind is stretched, it never goes back to its original form. So I understand that. I mean, seeing this corruption at scale, that creates a permission structure and slip. But we just simply can't demand that. Our institutions need to function again. We need a functioning Department of Justice, a functioning IRS, a functioning FBI, not allow them to become power ministries for the dear leader, which they've become. We need to call all of this out. We need to hold ourselves to a higher level of accountability and expectation as well. And so all of these things will be at play as we move forward. And so it's about action. It's also about passion. I think it was Oliver Wendell Holmes said, as life is action and passion, it's required all of us to share the action and passion of our time at peril of being judged not to have lived. I think the fight matters. A year ago, my sense was in this country that our path back as Democrats, weak and ineffective, the two bubble words, was through the center. I think there may be some truth to that, but I think increasingly I'd argue it's through the fight. And people want fighters. People want people with conviction and clarity, not ideologues, open argument, interested in evidence. I don't think we are well served by tearing other people down, but calling out the villains on a tax code, calling out the villains as it relates to the monopolization of capital, and I'm sorry, that's a real issue, I think we would do very well. Talking as FDR talked in 1944 about a new social compact, talking about a floor where no one falls below, talking to that blue collar and white collar worker that are both asking the same question, what happens when I do fall? Will you be there to hold me up? I think those fundamental truths and values will be part of the comeback for the Democratic Party, but that comeback starts with Speaker Jeffries this November.
Hear, hear. We have time for just one more question. In light of America's worsening global reputation, how should the United States work to rebuild trust with our allies and restore confidence in American leadership? I saw you at the Munich Security Conference, where a lot of leaders were asking you, leaders from other countries were asking you those questions, as well as I know your remarks at Davos.
Yeah, I was there because of that. America is not, it's, just situational leader. Trump's temporary. Trump's temporary. He is. I went there a little selfishly saying California's permanent. But we'll get through this. And we'll be repairing the spirit of Father Cause, my great Jesuit priest that I revered. We'll Isaiah, we have to be repairers of the breach. Build truth and trust back by showing up. Open hand, not a closed fist. I think the bar is pretty damn low for the next president, next Secretary of State, as it relates to restoring our alliances. I know that back to once a mind is stretched, it never goes back to the original form. But Trump's an invasive species. I don't see Trumpism lasting beyond Trump, period, full stop. It's a cult of personality. With all due respect, JD, you don't have it. And so I just am a little more damn optimistic as long as we own up to our own complicity. We've been too timid. It's not about tinkering anymore. It's not about I doubled the earned income tax credit. If I give in that speech, you're in trouble. It's not about retraining and this is something different. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not going all Elizabeth or Bernie on you or AOC. Maybe I am a little bit. You know, in terms of understanding that, or all Trump and Trumpism, understanding that. You know, it's just, it is remarkable. And it's, you know, and I'll end on this. I know we've got to go. The anxiety is manifesting in real despair for people. I mean, their pessimism is pretty profound. And that's, you know, an AI, as I say, is going to detonate that. And so we have to fundamentally understand that. And that's why as Democrats, this is not, you know, I'm not here for forgiveness, but I get why I was out there stumping for Biden, and I revere that man, and will have his back till my last breath. I do. And I'll never regret a day out there. But I was defending the economy's booming, inflation's cooling, you know, best jobs market since 1960s, lowest unemployment for black women and Hispanics, and talking about industrial policy that's worker-centered and the big, you know, but people weren't feeling it. And, you know, Trump's making the same damn mistake. And it's because they weren't experiencing it. We don't live in the aggregate. Mm-hmm. We don't. And so I'm out there trumpeting 40% GDP growth, the fourth largest economy in the world. It's like,
I mean, we just said it was really good.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. So I think we started to buy our own story. We started taking the wrong lessons from Biden's first victory. We didn't learn it. And so I feel like we talk about forces of transformation versus the forces of restoration. Thank you, Brownstein, for that, coining that phrase. And that's really the dialectic. Trump wanting to bring us back to a pre-1960s world. That's what's happening in real time. We saw it with LGBTQ rights, saw women's rights. Now we're seeing it with civil rights and voting rights. They want to bring us back to a pre-1960s world, censoring historical facts, rewriting history. We need to be the party of transformation. And we have to talk in those terms, but in a way that doesn't alarm people. Mm-hmm. And that's the balance, because change is hard. Change not only has its enemies, but change, people, right now, too much change. And so that's going to be, I think, the dance. And that's the dance that I am here to celebrate with you, because CAP is one holding that dance party and bringing the best and brightest together so we can figure out exactly what new ideas will animate a new and fresh conversation in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome CAP's Senior Vice President for National Security and International Policy, Damian Murphy.
Good afternoon, folks. We're going to reconvene for the next panel here. My name is Damian Murphy, and I lead CAP's National Security Team. We've been inspired all morning listening to visionary leaders outline plans for a brighter future. In the foreign policy community as well, there's a growing consensus that we need new solutions for a host of new international challenges. Around the world, tectonic plates are shifting in historic ways. A new era of great power competition is in full swing. And AI could change everything from the job market to how countries relate to each other. In response to these challenges, we need a bold foreign policy vision for a safer, more prosperous, and healthier world guided by a core set of principles and values. At CAP, we are working to advance a new agenda, one that responsibly uses American power abroad to deliver real solutions for people here at home. With deep experience across our government, our next panel is well placed to help us think through some of those solutions. We are honored and excited to be joined by, first, New Jersey Senator Andy Kim, a strong voice representing a new generation of national security leaders in the United States Senate. We're also joined by two leaders with deep experience across administrations. Former Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who has navigated an array of challenging international issues for President Clinton, President Obama, and President Biden. And finally, former Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, a revered diplomat who dedicated her career to protecting the American people. Moderating our panel, we'll have MS Now's Jen Psaki. Jen served as White House Press Secretary for President Biden, but for the purposes of this panel, we applaud her service as the State Department spokesperson and during her time under the Obama administration. So please join me in welcoming our panel to the stage. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. First of all, we all recognize it is difficult to follow Governor Gavin Newsom in a conversation about slush funds that included the reference to knee pads. But we are going to do our best because these are very important topics too. And obviously there is so much going on in the world right now. We're going to try to cover a lot of it, but we also, the whole purpose of this forum is to talk about ideas and what to do in the future and how we move forward. So we're going to have a conversation about that too. But I want to just start with China because I think this is a topic that is on a lot of people's minds. It is always on a lot of people's minds, but certainly after the president just got back from a trip to China last week. I wanted to start with you, Secretary Blinken. You said you've done a lot of speeches. We looked at a lot of your speeches. You said if the United States is competing with China alone, we may well wind up on the losing side of the equation. Where do you think the relationship stands now? What is your assessment of that? And what is your prescription on where it really needs to go from here?
Well, thanks very much, Jen. It's great to be with everyone, be with my friends and colleagues as well. Look, I think we have a president who divides the world up into what he sees as spheres of influence. And the big countries get to do what they want in their part of the world, and the smaller countries have to suffer what they will. And that includes China. And so other than some trade issues that may affect us, his inclination is to give them free rein over their region and maybe even a little bit beyond. And I think we saw that play out. The challenge is what happens within one sphere of influence almost never stays there. And countries are always looking for more. And China is an example of that as well. This is the one country that has the capacity as well as the intent to reshape the international system in a way that advances its interests and values and probably undermines ours. I think, Jen, as we're looking at it, we have to resist putting it on trying to put it on a bumper sticker. There's no neat way of summing up what is probably the most complex and consequential relationship. We compete, for sure. We can test where we really disagree. And we have to find ways to cooperate on issues that really are in the interests of both of our peoples. But from that perspective, you've got to approach it from a position of strength. And that means making ourselves as strong as possible at home with the right investments. But it also means making ourselves as strong as possible around the world, aligning other countries, building convergence, because, to the point you made, if we're competing with China one-on-one, that's a game that we may lose. Their market's much bigger. Their manufacturing is 3 times our manufacturing. Purchasing power parity is greater than ours. More papers, more patents, a bigger navy. You can go down the list. But when we're aligned with Europe, with Japan, with Korea, with India, with Australia, with Canada, we go from about 25% of world GDP to 50 or 60%. A lot harder for China to ignore. Unfortunately, where we are now is, just as the president seems to be underwater on a lot of issues within the United States, we're underwater around the world. There was a poll out a couple of weeks ago, 130 countries. And what it found was that China was seen as a more credible actor than the United States. Germany, 70% of people in one poll saw the United States as an adversary. So this means that our ability to align, to build convergence in ways that can deal with the challenges that China poses has been vastly diminished. And that's a real challenge going forward.
That's sort of a perfect setup for you, Ambassador. I mean, everybody knows who the ambassador is, but she spent not just time living up in the apartment in New York, engaging with other UN ambassadors, but also decades serving around the world in the Foreign Service. And one of the things about these trips is these countries, to your point, countries around the world are evaluating not just the United States, but also the strength of the leader that you're meeting with. I wonder if you're thinking about how President Xi and other potential partners and some current allies that Tony referenced look at this trip. How do they look at this trip? And how do you kind of repair these relationships and try to rebuild that type of coalition that he was referencing? Secretary Blinken, I'm sorry, I worked with him before. I'll keep calling him the secretary. Go ahead.
I think, am I on? I think the entire world was watching Trump's trip to China. And they were watching, holding their breaths, because they knew that whatever came out of this trip would not be good for them. And so they were waiting to see. I mean, imagine the people of Taiwan and what they are thinking. All of our friends in Russia, in Europe, what they were thinking. And I think even more than anybody, the Russians were watching this very closely. Because when we were in New York, Russia and China were friends without limits. They were the bros. They kept very close connections with each other. Now China has played a very interesting game, and Trump, where now we are talking to the Chinese about things that the Russians might feel uncomfortable about. So we're seeing the pieces of the chessboard moving around in ways that has all the pawns feeling uncomfortable. You know, what is Africa? We're telling Africa, you need to make some choices about what you want to see in your future. And they're being forced into making choices related to China. Because, again, I think they find China much more trustworthy as a partner than the United States. How this will boil down, or what it will boil down to in the UN remains to be seen. But I think China's prowess, its power, its leadership on the multilateral stage is increasing.
Senator, part of our objective today is to certainly talk about the path forward. And, you know, in terms of building strength here at home and building these relationships, it requires tough choices at home at times. There has been bipartisan support, for example, of something that the ambassador referenced, which is supporting Taiwan. We don't know where that stands exactly right now. What are the tough choices you think Congress and other leaders need to make over the next couple of years in order to position this relationship in a more constructive way?
Well, one thing that I think was absolutely spot on is talking about strength, talking about credibility that the ambassador and the secretary talked about. But I want to throw one more word into the mix here that I hear a lot from foreign leaders. I had this one leader of an Asian country call me and talk about just the challenges that they see when it comes to U.S. China and just writ large with foreign policy. And they said to me, I want you to know that when we talk about America, we ask this question, is America a reliable country? And we know the answer to what that is. And so I want to just really throw out that sense of reliability and how important that is and how much we are struggling with it and why we will continue to struggle as a country even after Trump is gone. And this is something that we're going to have to rebuild. So when we're thinking through in Congress, how are we making these trade-offs? We also have to be thinking about the importance of credibility, of reliability in terms of what we're actually able to put forward. Even when we're talking about some of our strategic advantages, for instance, all of us agree that we need to be thinking closely about how our chip manufacturing and other types of AI tools are so critical to the economy of the future. But how are we able to tell other countries what we think they should be doing when it comes to chips or manufacturing equipment if we don't even know what the White House is going to do when it comes to chips to China and elsewhere? When we're talking about, all these different tools at our disposal, the problem is really whether or not we will be consistent with that. And seeing over the course of my time in Congress how Republicans had one tune on China for the past few years and then all of a sudden are absolutely silent right now. I mean, not a single one talking to me about anything that they were concerned about over the past few years. It really just shows how much Trump has captured the Republican Party on China, and we're no longer able to talk about this with the strategy that is necessary for what is the most defining competition of our generation.
Another area where there seems to have been some capturing, shall we say, is on the war with Iran, where there still has not been a war powers vote that has passed. It's come close. You've killed off some people. But let me ask you, Secretary Blinken, right now, I think everybody would like to see this war come to a close. You can certainly tell us how that's going to happen if you know. But what do you see as the impact of what we're looking at right now, both not just with Iran, but in the region and just kind of U.S.'s role in the world 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now?
Well, I think, Jen, we have an example here with Iran of a war of choice that never should have happened, and a war that really sends almost a split screen. You can have tactical success in individual areas and yet have a real strategic failure. And that's where we are. Because at the end of the day, when the dust settles, it's likely that Iran will retain some vestiges of its nuclear program. It will certainly retain a lot of missiles. Apparently they haven't, in fact, been destroyed. It will retain its regime. And it will have gained this incredible leverage that it didn't have before in the Strait of Hormuz, where it will, one way or another, more or less control what happens there, because it will retain the ability to mess with shipping that's going through. And that means even in a small way, if one guy with a shoulder-fired missile can damage a ship, all of a sudden the ships get scared, the insurers get scared, and you've got a real problem, which means they're going to be in on the deal going forward. That radically changes the region, and it's going to take time to work out from that. You're going to have to find ways over time to work around the hold that Iran will have on the Strait by building more pipelines. Not the best thing, but it's probably the necessary thing to do, especially by focusing on renewables and other ways so that people are not under the thumb of the Iranians, and it really doesn't take much. But it's reshaped it in other ways, too. We've alienated pretty much everyone in doing this. We've alienated the Europeans because we were kicking dirt in their face for 2 years over NATO, over Greenland, over Denmark, you name it. Didn't tell them about this. And then when the going got tough, we said, hey, we need you. And all of a sudden they weren't so eager to do it. Our partners in Asia, they're the ones who've been on the receiving end of the real brunt of this in terms of the immediate impacts of prices and availability. And in a different way, our partners in the Gulf, who, to Andy's point, have seen how unreliable we are. Unlike the Europeans, unlike our Asia-Pacific partners, some of them would like the United States to, quote-unquote, finish the job. That's not happening, so they're frustrated. Others feel like they've now been subjected to Iran's wrath. Iran has fired more missiles and projectiles at the UAE than it's fired at Israel in this conflict. It's radically changed the equation. I think there is an off-ramp, but the president's going to have to decide whether he wants to take it. And the off-ramp involves, guess what? Diplomacy and a compromise. The only 2 times the Iranians have made a deal in the past were to end the war with Iraq that went on for 8 years with 200,000 Iranian dead. The UN came in, offered them a way forward, got the Iraqi troops out of Iran. The only other time, the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal that President Obama negotiated, it took 2.5 years to get it. They were given some things, we got a lot, and we're in a much better place as a result. I think right now, if the president's looking at this, you're going to have some kind of arrangement that maybe downblends some of their highly enriched uranium, probably has a moratorium on enrichment for some period of time. That'd be a good thing. And on the Strait of Hormuz, there'll probably be some kind of tolling system, which no one will want to call by its name, where the proceeds are used for reconstruction of countries in the area that have been damaged. That's a lot to swallow because so much damage done for so little gain.
Is there a scenario, Ambassador, where this war ends and the Iranians don't have some control over the Strait of Hormuz, some financial control? Do you think that's possible?
Honestly, I don't. It'll be difficult to get to. And part of the reason it will be difficult is, again, we're not negotiating with them. Why are we not negotiating with them? We don't have people to do it. We don't have confirmed Senate confirmed ambassadors in over 100 countries. So who is going to negotiate with the Iranians? And I've heard over and over again, Tony, you've dealt with them, that they are extraordinary negotiators. We had extraordinary negotiators. We don't anymore. In Africa, where maybe we want to get some support, 37 countries do not have ambassadors. So the administration is taking the power that it has and dumping it. And so it's in a position where it is not able to negotiate an agreement that would quickly end this war. I think the only thing that will do it, the president will declare victory, which means he has accepted defeat, and move out of the area saying we've accomplished everything we've accomplished, when we know that he has not.
Senator Kim, when you just follow some of the headlines, you see kind of war powers vote, war powers vote, war powers vote failing week after week. But there have been some individuals peeled off, I should say, who have voted with Democrats for a War Powers Act, which hasn't happened, I should say, in quite a long time. Give us a sense of where you see things right now in that regard. Are there other ways that you think there is a bipartisan opportunity to hold people in this administration to account over this war?
Well, first of all, I want to say that even the war powers approach, this is the wrong approach that we should have been going down. This is not a situation where we should normalize the idea that a president can start a war on their own, and then it's
very important point. Yes,
and then it's up to Congress later to disapprove of it, right? Yes. So just from the outset, this is wrong. This is an illegal, unconstitutional war. Now, we are unfortunately in a situation where we do not have three functioning branches of government right now. We have one branch of government that is simply trying to dominate the other two branches of government. I often call Speaker Johnson Secretary Johnson because he acts more like a cabinet secretary than he does as a leader of a separate branch of government. So that's the world that we're in right now. So yes, we're trying to operate with the tools that we can to shine light and draw attention to the American people, who, by the way, fully see this for what it is. You know, when I'm back home in Jersey, I mean, across the political spectrum, nobody likes this war. And they understand just the cost that they are bearing. Over $42 billion more that Americans have spent on gas and diesel since the beginning of this war. You know, that's what we are trying to draw attention to, that drumbeat. So we have to make sure that we're not getting caught up on just the process of, you know, between the different branches of government. This is ultimately about the people. And this is ultimately about the impacts that is having on them, and that this is a choice that this president made, not just to start a war or not, but whether to help American people or not. And that he has clearly made a decision to enrich himself and his family and his friends at the expense of the American people. And they see that so clearly when it comes to Iran.
I'm so glad you took the question in that direction. It was spicy and good. Ambassador, you have spent so much time working in so many parts of the world where there are high levels of corruption, where human rights and that is a key talking point when you sit down with these leaders. When people, let's say in the future, when future ambassadors, future secretaries are going into meetings and they are looking at a past administration that financially benefited to the tune of $1.4 billion, not my numbers that have been widely reported, and more, what impact does that have on the conversations?
It makes us look like hypocrites. It is a very hard conversation to have with a foreign government where you're talking to them about corruption in their country, and they're going to talk back to you about what's happening in your country. I think the only thing that will get us through this, when there's a change of administration, that we hold those people accountable. If we hold them accountable, then we can go to other countries and say, yes, we had this problem, but accountability is important, and this is what we're doing to hold them accountable. Now, will that happen? I don't know, but I would have a hard time having that conversation now with any country because I would feel like a hypocrite, even though I feel strongly that corruption in government is bad. But to try to tell a country that from this side of the Atlantic would be hard.
I want to turn, this is going to seem like a sharp turn, but I don't feel like there's nearly enough attention always on the war in Ukraine because of the war with Iran, because of corruption, because of all the other issues. And Secretary Blinken spent so much time as Secretary of State helping build coalitions, as did the ambassador, of course. If you were to strip away the headlines about Russia, about Ukraine, about military battles, what should people in this room or people watching really understand about the state of things? We're now 4 years into this war.
So, Jen, I think two things. First, it's always good to remember why we got into this in the first place, why we were so determined in our support for Ukraine, because, of course, it was an aggression against a country, and one big country aggressing a smaller country. No one likes to see that, and that tugs on the heartstrings. But there was something else going on. It was an aggression against the very principles at the heart of an international system, no matter how challenged, that really mattered, and mattered in working to keep the peace, working to help countries advance and develop, and principles like sovereignty, like independence, like territorial integrity. That was the goal of the Russian aggression as much as it was to erase Ukraine and subsume it into Russia, and that's why we were so invested in it. But right now, what we've seen is something quite remarkable, which is a country of amazing resilience, a country that now, even with the United States receding in the role that it was playing, is still holding its own. Now, Europe has stepped up in ways that are really, really important, including with funding that is so necessary. But you see the Ukrainians on the battlefield holding their own at horrific cost to them, to their civilians and citizens, also at horrific costs to the people that Putin continues to throw into this meat grinder of his own making. But they are holding on, and more than holding on. They're actually taking the fight to Russia. So I don't think that line is likely to move very much. They're holding their own economically, and they're building a new economy, again, with help from Europe and from others. And the interesting thing is, with their defense industry and what they're doing with drones, they may well wind up at the heart of Europe's future defense industry. They have technology and they have techniques that we don't have. And we see that being spread around the world. And then, step by step, they continue to build their democracy, getting closer to Europe, strengthening the tools. You've seen many people who are in high positions now being challenged on what we were just talking about, corruption. So I think right now, my hope is that the pressure on Putin is such, it's finally catching up with him. He had a reprieve with Iran and being able to sell some oil and the higher prices. But everything else across the board in Russia is really turning. And he's built a war economy that worked for a while, but now is feeding on itself, because basically everything that economy is producing, with everything going into the defense sector, is being eaten up. And it's not productive. It's one thing if you build a weapon system that gets destroyed a few weeks later. It's another thing if you're investing in roads and bridges and technology. So I think we're in a place where if we can help in some fashion the Ukrainians to hang on, it'll get to a place where the line is more or less frozen. And the real measure of success is can Ukraine stand on its own feet? Militarily, economically, democratically, they're demonstrating that they can do that.
Let me ask you, Senator, to one of the Secretary's points he just made. I mean, Ukraine, it's become sort of a laboratory for intelligence and drones and kind of a different way of warfare. Once we get to a point of past the Secretary of maximum lethality, as I'll just call him, and we're in kind of a future point, what lessons do you think can be taken away from this war? And what do you hope that Congress is applying?
Well, I'll take it in two directions. First and foremost, yes, absolutely. This is showing this new era of warfare that we're in right now. You know, I'm somebody that grew up in the era where we were concerned about weapons of mass destruction. Now we are finding ourselves in a place where we are trying to navigate these weapons of mass production. You know, this idea of what it is when you're able to produce such quantity, whether drones, ballistic missiles, when we have the proliferation of AI, what we see with Mythos and other things like that that are going to completely transform, that is the future. And we do have to be thinking about it both in terms of the warfighter on our side, but also how do you defend against this? And this is why I was also going over, you know, some of our efforts to make sure that we as a nation are ensuring that we are able to do our best to ensure that our adversaries and our competitors like China and Russia are not able to gain some of these tools, whether through AI chips or the means of production to be able to produce those chips. You know, those are the types of things that are going to really determine the stratification of warfare in that way. The last thing I'll just say on this front is I've been very much pushing that we can't just be saying that we're opposed to this might makes right approach of foreign policy of Trump, but trying to devise what is our way forward. And I, for one, believe that that revolves around a singular word, which is resilience. I think we need to focus on an era of resilience in this age of crisis and to be able to mobilize ourselves to shore up our own vulnerabilities, whether that's critical minerals or pharmaceuticals or energy production or any number of other issues, while we are also trying to make sure that we are performing and fighting on the battlefields of our choosing and be able to advance on our strengths. So that's what I think we need to be pushing forward on when we see this incredibly rapidly changing ecosystem that we're in. You know, there's no going back. We need that forward-looking vision and to be able to give a sense of what American credibility and reliability going forward will be based off of.
Okay, we only have 5 minutes left, but we've covered a scope of issues I hope all of you cared a lot about. Let me go to you, Ambassador. One of the things I would say broadly is if I were to give unofficial broad advice to anybody running for office or president, I would say sit down with really smart people and decide what you think about the really tough issues. So let me pose this question to you. What do you hope that people who are aspiring to be sitting in the Oval Office are sitting down and spending time mapping out plans and ideas and thoughts with very smart people with right now?
I hope that they are doing that. And I actually know, I expect that they're sitting down with smart people. But what they really need to do is sit down with the people. They need to get into communities, go into towns, go into capitals, and talk to the people. Because it's ordinary people in places like Louisiana who will be voting for them. And if those people are not hearing from them, nothing that smart people say to them will get them elected.
What do you wish they would be talking about?
Talking about real issues, talking about pocketbook issues, talking about the price of gasoline, talking about their futures, whether their children will have jobs, whether their children will be educated, whether their school boards will be able to pull books like Roots out of the library and stick with it. You know, they want to hear those issues that touch them every day. They don't want to hear the esoteric issues about war and peace, even though those issues have an impact on them. They expect their leaders to know what to do on those issues, but they want their leaders to know what to do to make their lives better.
Secretary Blinken, let me ask you a question in a different way, because you have helped past people running for president think about issues and kind of red team with them what they think, how to talk about it. What would be top of list for you if you were doing that with some candidates right now?
You know, there's so much to think about, to focus on. I guess I'd say a few things. One is, and it echoes what Andy's saying, and I think what Linda's saying. There's a lot of understandable nostalgia for the past because we had an American century. We had 80 years where, as a result of the work that previous generations did, we were at the front of the parade and shaping things. And those 80 years, with all of their imperfections, profound as they were, we passed that. And the reality is you can't put the genie back in the bottle. You've got to shape a new bottle. And that's what these conversations have to all be about. We have the pace and scope of change that is moving at speeds unlike anything I ever experienced before in my 30 years in government. And just by way of one example, to get to 50 million users of the telephone back in the day, it took about 75 years. For radio, it took about 45 years. For TV, it took about 20 years. For Instagram, 4 years. For ChatGPT, 4 months. The challenge that anyone in governance has in dealing with that is acute. We have inequalities among countries that have actually decreased, but within them, they've increased, and that has all sorts of repercussions. But finally, and this is what I want to get to, we have a new world order that's being shaped, and grappling with that is going to be the biggest test internationally for future presidents. We have all sorts of emerging actors who are powered, super empowered by technology and by information, and as a result can either advance or disrupt things in ways that they weren't able to before. And that means if you don't have them on the takeoff, you're probably going to have a crash landing. So as I'm looking forward and I'm thinking about how do you advise a president on how to engage the world? Of course, it starts with our democratic base, and you want strong democracies. I believe that one principle is enduring, and that is enlightened self-interest. The strength and success of others actually redounds to us, and that continues to be important. American engagement and leadership continues to be important. But as we're looking at the way the world is going to be designed, I think increasingly we're going to see alignments of not just countries, but companies and other actors that have a stake in a given issue coming together around that issue. And it's what I used to call variable geometry, different coalitions of different shapes and sizes who are all brought together by a shared interest in a particular issue. Maybe it's dealing with opioids. Maybe it's dealing with food security. Maybe it's dealing with climate. Maybe it's dealing with AI governance. And it won't be a neat autocracy-democracy breakdown or east-west or north-south. It'll be like-mindeds on a given issue, willing to play by the same set of rules. I think a president has to look at that and think about how he or she organizes the country to engage in that. But it starts with, as we've all been discussing, regaining our credibility. And that's going to be the first task.
It's a perfect place to end. I'm very grateful that they are all thinking about these big, difficult issues that I know are on the minds of lots of people here and people watching. Thank you all so much for this panel. Really enjoyed it.
And I want to give a heartfelt thanks to Prime Minister Carney for joining this year's summit.
Our age of anxiety, it can only be answered by positive action.
Many of us gathered in Barcelona a few weeks ago.
Progresismo hoy es más necesario que nunca.
And before that, last year we gathered in London.
The truth is, we won't solve our problems if we don't also take on the root causes.
To discuss not only our shared challenges, but our shared opportunities, a new path forward.
International rules-based order that we helped build together no longer works as it once claimed. We have to take the sign down and build anew.
El progreso no es una quimera, el progreso es una promesa. No la promesa de soñar, sino de trabajar sin descanso para hacer nuestros sueños realidad.
The Prime Minister of Hungary is no longer called Viktor Orban. That's for the first time in 16 years.
In times like these, progressives do not retreat. We show here the progressive forces of this world stand together and united.
Progressives should make the reform of our democracy our #1 priority.
I'm just trying to purge our vocabulary of pretty much anything that starts with the prefix re, like restore, rebuild, most of all return, because it's not going to be like that, and it shouldn't.
We have to deliver for our public. Our foreign policies have to serve the economic well-being of our countries.
We're responsible for our own futures as center-left advocates. If we are delivering or not delivering, that is what matters.
We met today for the first time, but you see that we are fighting for the same vision.
No country can go it alone, and we know that when progressives are in power, multilateralism thrives and we can get big things done.
The future is bright when you have leaders who are focused on delivering. So thank you.
Please welcome the New York Times' Ezra Klein and MS Now's Chris Hayes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chris. This is Ezra. We're going to be speaking about an incredibly overlooked, bespoke topic today. It's called artificial intelligence, often abbreviated as AI. It is strange how ubiquitous the topic has become and how quickly ubiquitous it's become. And the dynamics right now, I think, from the perspective of political economy and politics are both incredibly fascinating and incredibly fraught. The polling suggests that there is a genuine backlash that's brewing. You're seeing it both in quantitative data in polling, but also in individual fights over data centers, particularly where this has been channeled. At the same time, a shocking percentage of U.S. Capital expenditure, business investment, and the driver of GDP growth is located in a relatively small few hands that are controlling what is the largest, at this point, percentage of GDP investment the country's probably ever seen, even surpassing the numbers of the railroad build-out in the late 19th century, which was the previous record holder. And amidst this, a real question about what the two parties, what the political coalitions, and what the political positions, both from a political standpoint in campaigning and from a governing standpoint, are calling for. And so we thought we would try to just solve all that in the next 28 minutes and 34 seconds. I guess my first question to you is, like, I do think there's a real jump ball now. I saw Ron DeSantis today posted on X a poll that showed people overwhelmingly opposed to data centers, and he has been clearly kind of making some noises around being a sort of AI skeptic. How do you read the politics of it broadly?
So I think the politics of it are bad on a bunch of different levels for everybody. I'm going to pull DeSantis to the side, as I often try to do in life, and just like start with one big principle, like the main thing that I want to come here today and say, which is that what AI is and whether it is good or bad is not an intrinsic structure of the technology, but is a set of political decisions. It is up to us. And one of the things I mean by that is right now, I think, particularly on the Democratic side, but also on the Republican side, there's a tremendous amount of correct concern about what I would call AI harm, and a set of questions about how to create an agenda around AI harm. What about job displacement? What about algorithmic bias? And the way AI has not just been sold, but genuinely, I think, one of the possible futures it could represent, but the one that the heads of the labs talked about for a very long time and that people listened to them, was AI as a technology for taking away your job and maybe eventually displacing human sovereignty over our own future. And now you've started to hear people in the AI lab say AI has a marketing problem, a branding problem. But if it does that, it's an actual problem. That's a bad, terrible vision. There needs to be a set of policies, and people are thinking hard about these, that are around preventing harms. There also need to be a set of policies that are around creating and harnessing goods. The things that are promised to us from AI that actually seem genuinely plausible to me, like, for instance, a radical acceleration in the rate of useful molecules to test in drug discovery, are not going to lead to new drugs if we don't change how the drug discovery process works and change how the financing of it works so it can happen much, much, much faster, right? This is true in energy. It is true in how the government uses AI. It would be trivial now for the IRS to have a large language model that does your taxes for you, and in a way direct file wasn't capable of doing, goes back and forth even on complex taxes, but then you have to actually make that happen. And so there needs to be, I think, both like agenda to prevent AI harm, but an agenda to force and make possible AI goods. And the technology, what it means for society back and forth, whether it is good or bad, it has been treated as if it is out of our hands, a non-political question. But it is a political question. And if the only thing you do is try to prevent harms from these labs racing for profit as fast as they can, of course you're not going to get a great outcome out of that. For it to have for AI to actually work for the public good, there will have to be an agenda in which the public decides what it wants and then shapes the market and shapes the rules and shapes the reality around that.
Yeah, I 100% agree on that. Although I would say that I don't think the technology has an inherent valence necessarily, but I also think it's not neutral in this sense. Like, one of the things I think a lot in comparing it to the internet, which, you know, we're always searching for analogs for it, but there's a few things about the internet that I think shaped particularly the first few decades of it, even if that's now vestigial. One is that it was architecturally, it was distributed. The whole point of it was to be distributed. And the whole point of that distribution of a distributed network, which comes out of ARPANET and sort of resilience in the face of a nuclear attack or something like that, meant that the sort of distributed nature of it as a set of open source protocols, as a set of ways that different people can interact with it, gave a kind of generative space for lots of different people to kind of plug into it. One of the things that really strikes me about AI right now, from a sort of political economy perspective, is that inherent in the technology, in the current way it's being developed, is you need just an enormous raw amount of power and GPUs. That necessarily right now, and that it may change, right, because we might get different models that don't work this way, that necessarily depends on concentrated power and very deep pockets with a few firms. And so I do worry a little bit about like the degree, just from the sort of political economy of this new technology, where it feels, whatever its benefits might be for people, the concentration feels kind of baked into me. Like, it feels like a very non-distributed kind of thing. It feels ultimately also not that competitive, even though it's competitive among these 3 or 4 models, right? This sense that there's going to be a few winners, that it'll be, you know, that it's going to be dominated maybe by winner take all. And that's the thing that I keep coming back to about the regulatory question, is like how to think about the market structure in terms of what the government's doing, if that's the inherent nature of the tech.
Let me poke maybe, or push on that in 2 ways. So one, again, I think that's a choice and sometimes reflects the way that even on the Democratic side, there has been a real limitation in imagination of what the public can do. If you could have a public option for health insurance run by the government, there's no particular reason the government couldn't have GPU clusters.
100%.
And in other countries, they will. It is a reflection, I think, of the way we have severed ourselves off from having powerful public options in this country, that we almost don't even like think about it. It's like, well, it turns out we can run libraries. Bookstores don't just have to be private. Like, why couldn't we do that? And I bet you in some cases the military will. I mean, the one part of the government that is thinking more like this is a national security state. The other thing here is that what you're saying about concentration of power might be true. And it is definitely the story the leading AI labs want us to believe, because they want the investors to believe that too. So the sort of implicit story, sometimes explicit, told by Anthropic, told by OpenAI, told by Google, alphabet, is that we are in a limited period race to recursively self-improving superintelligence. And whoever wins that race is going to win everything. And maybe, I don't totally push that out as a kind of, in my view, sort of low probability event. But there's another view, which is that there's actually not much moat on this stuff at all. Like, how did Grok, whatever else you think about Elon Musk, come functionally out of nowhere to have not be the leading model on the market, but be a couple of months behind the leading models on the market, when it didn't start anywhere near as early as OpenAI, as Google, where the foundational research was done, as Meta, which had, Jan LeCun, who was one of the founders. There are a lot of people I know in the VC world who think there's actually no moat on this stuff at all. That, in fact, we're getting really, really good at it. And the reason China is so close to us is you can distill the models pretty easily, which is only to say that I don't think it is baked in. Like, a lot of what is going to create concentrations of power, if they happen, or one, I do take your point about GPUs and the amount of money you need to train, but we could approach that with public options and other things. But the other thing is the ability to switch between things and go to new players if we make entrance easier is pretty real there. So again, I keep wanting us to, I don't mean to say the technology is neutral. I don't believe any technology is truly neutral. They all have embedded ideas in them and embedded pathways in them. But I do think that there's been a tendency to treat the technology as almost self-directed, as opposed to being genuinely amenable or shaped by political choices and public choices, which give us, the public, agency over it.
So let's talk about two different ways of conceiving. I mean, there's a bunch of different layers at which you can imagine policy here. One is in this question about market structure, right? Whether that's competition policy or whether that's some sort of public option. The other way that you could conceive of it is regulatory oversight, right? Like, to the point that you were saying before about the way our imagination about the possibilities of the public sector and also public regulation have kind of been cramped. When you take a step back and think about the enormous amount of technical capacity necessary for a central bank and the FDA or the FTC or the SEC, and we can go down the line, right? Or the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. In all these cases, you've got something that's very technically complex and sophisticated. It's possibly very dangerous, whether it's nuclear weapons or depressions. And you don't want to basically have a vote of Congress on interest rates and where to store the nukes, right? So you've got some kind of question where you want some level of democratic oversight and democratic accountability and also technical expertise, and the creation of this enormous sort of ecology of the administrative state that grows up to deal with precisely this problem. And there's like more of these than most people who've never worked in government even know. Like, there's all sorts of, like 3 different railroad commissions that are appointed. And when you come into a new administration, you get there's a spreadsheet that has all these positions you have to fill, and most people have never heard of a lot of these bodies. It's not, I mean, that seems to me like an obvious model for AI, right? Like, there's some sort of way that we could conceive of some balance between democratic accountability, technical expertise, that says like whether a model is safe or not, right? Whether it could be released or not. We're so far from that conversation now. But that seems like one obvious place, again, this is at the highest level, that you could at least conceptually think of what some approach would look like.
I want to drop a layer beneath that. What do we want this technology to do? How do we want the future to be different than the present? That until we have some set of views on that, right? If what you hope AI does, there are people in my life who have currently incurable chronic diseases. One way artificial intelligence could make my life much better is accelerate cures for those diseases. What would need to happen? Not just in the development of it, but in the financial incentives it has, and then in the way we test and accelerate drugs to make that happen and happen quickly for as many diseases as possible. That there are a lot of different things that technology, because it is a general purpose technology, can do or not do. You were asking earlier about analogies. The internet is maybe one. I think energy is probably a better one. That energy is not like a railroad. We know we want there to be a railroad infrastructure. What the railroad is meant to do is like pretty straightforward. Energy, we are sort of trying to wire energy into everything, but in order to make that useful, you have to wire things for energy, right? It's classic, economic history now that it took a long time for the gains of electricity to actually show up in the economy because people didn't know how to use it. And so the very fact of it being in some way available doesn't matter if your factory is not built for electricity. One of the things that I see happening right now when I go out to San Francisco and do this reporting, and Chris has been doing a great podcast series focused on AI as well, is I'm watching companies that are building themselves from the ground up to use this well. Their code bases are internally unified. Their Slack messages work in a very different way because they're making their entire organization legible to artificial intelligence, so then the artificial intelligence can be more useful to the organization. If you want to go a step further than what they're attempting to do, which is accelerate their coding, if you want to make it more possible to do what Governor Newsom was saying on the stage a bit ago and build more things more effectively, more rapidly, and new kinds of things in the real world, then you have to begin to wire the world. You have to begin to reconstruct how we build. Right now we have trouble in a lot of places building homes. Homes are a solved technology. We're not lacking capacity. We're not lacking innovation here. If we want to create new things, that's even harder. And so I really want to hold on this question because I think there's a tendency in the Democratic, the progressive, the liberal, the leftist mind to fit it into the fights we've been having, to fit it into competition policy. That's fine. I want competition in AI. At the moment, I broadly think we have it. To fit it into regulatory policy because I think we still think we failed on social media by not regulating the harms quickly enough. That's good. I want to do all of that. I am genuinely worried about AI harms. I've been covering them for years now. But if we do not actually create a set of ideas about what we want to achieve, we're just not going to achieve them because all of the energy and all the investment, to your point about these companies who are having to pay back investors over time, is going to go into what there's already a business model to do. And so if the public has no view, what the public wants done is never going to happen.
Right. But part of that is, if we sort of go back to the experience people have had of the economy, I love the Keynes essay about the economic prospects of our grandchildren and returned to a lot and wrote about it in my last book. And, it's fun because there's a certain kind of utopian thinking. It's not utopian because it actually thinks there's going to be a lot of challenges. But, and you go back to the Marx portion where he talks about how you can be like a fisher in the morning and a critic in the evening and a hunter in the afternoon. And you're none of those things because in this era of plenty, right, when you've gotten rid of limitations, which is the problem that he thought he was solving for and that Keynes thinks that 20th century capitalism will solve for, right, that no one has to work anymore. And I think if you were to articulate a kind of pie in the sky vision, well, okay, what happens if the computers can do all, if they can do all the thinking and they can push out the productivity frontier big enough and we can get rocket growth, right? That money's going to flow somewhere and maybe we all get to be, who's the guy who says we all get to be lords, right? We all become essentially the kind of lordly class that used to exist in feudal systems when a very, very small percentage of people didn't have to do any work at all because all the work was being done for them. I think the problem is, and maybe that's not the vision that you would articulate, but that's one vision, right?
I'm not going for indolent lords.
Yeah. Maybe if there's some universe of sort of boundless abundance and boundless plenty and people don't have to work jobs they hate anymore, which an enormous percentage of people in our society do. I just think it just seems so impossible to conceive that even if you gave a slightly less utopian, curing diseases or things like that, it's hard to get your arms around what the bounty looks like because people just don't trust it will be allocated to them.
This is why I really think that it is time for the AI discussion to get off of far future thought experiments. And look, I have participated in a lot of them in my time, and I've talked about paperclip maximizing and boundless abundance and the whole lot of it. And when AI was a speculative technology, it was worth talking about, at least as a way to discipline your own intuitions about it. We are here. The technology is here. Its pace of improvement is unknown. I am not really of a belief that we're going to be in superintelligence in 2 years. We are not coming to boundless abundance anytime soon, in my view. We are not going to be at mass job displacement anytime soon, if ever, in my view. I mean, I think it's not going to happen for the same reason Keynes was wrong, and that we will endlessly create new wants, new desires, new forms of social status competition, which doesn't mean we will not have some job displacement. One of my views about AI, which is like a little bit weirder to be honest, is that in a way, societally, we would be better at dealing with 80 million people losing their jobs than 8 million. Because if it was 80 million like COVID, we would do a society-wide response. We would not blame people. But if it's 8 million, we're going to blame them. We're going to say, you communications major, well, look, most people, the communications major, are still getting a job. It's just that unemployment in that major has gone up 3x. You should figure it out. And that's when we did this in the China shock. We've done this in a lot of cases, and it actually worries me a lot more. I think we have been so caught on these big thought experiments, 50% of all entry-level white-collar jobs gone in 2 to 3 years, that we're going to actually be caught unprepared by being faced again, as we so often are, with the same problems we always run into, which is bottlenecks for doing real things in the real world, which is some people getting richer and not us not having an effective way to tax that capital, the buy, borrow, die dimension that Newsom and others, Ray Madoff on my show, have talked about so well. The difficulty of setting a public agenda as companies become very powerful. Right now, Andreessen Horowitz is the biggest spender in the 2026 midterms. They spend, according to reporting I just saw in the Times, over $115 million. They have a very radically deregulatory accelerationist agenda for AI, crypto, and other things, right? AI is not putting us in a place where none of the old constraints bite. It is putting us in a place where the bottlenecks of the real world and the questions of power in some ways bite more. And so I think in order to know how to solve or answer the questions that are coming immediately, we actually have to discipline more tightly what those questions are. If we want, I keep using drug development because I think it's at least a very concrete example. If we want AI to get us more drug discovery, then we have to ask what the next bottleneck is going to be if we get a much more rapid acceleration of molecules worth testing on human beings. Right now, it is very, very hard under the way we've built the system to find enough people to go into phase 3 trials. We could create interoperable electronic records that actually mean we know all the people in the country with a certain disease pattern. And then we could tell them that there's a trial that could help them. We do this for a couple of things right now. It is radically accelerated drug development for some cancers, but we don't do it for most things. That's not like a super sexy, fun AI thought experiment, but it could really matter. Like you could look at this for energy. You could look at this for building efficiency. You could look at this for how people interact with the government. My wife, Annie Lowry, is releasing this book in a couple months on the time tax, the incredible difficulty of navigating the amount of time it takes to figure out what the government has to offer you and what it takes to qualify for it. There's no actual reason that needs to be your time. That is a political choice we have made. It would be trivial. The IRS has the data on what your financial situation is. There could be not only an LLM that helps you with your taxes, but actually tells you what you qualify for all across the federal government, or for that matter, state governments all at once. But in order to do that, we need to make the data talk to each other. We need to break down current privacy regulations that make that impossible. We are at the point where AI is material possibilities. If we treat it so speculatively, like in some ways I think that's buying in at this point to the game the labs are playing, right? I'm not saying none of that might ever happen, but I do think that it is probably a little bit more unlikely to happen than they want you to think. And the best way to be able to deal with it then is to be good at dealing with the problems we're going to have with it now. I want to turn a question on you, though, because you've been doing this series on it. One of the things that I see happening, and we're here at CAP, is when I wrote Abundance, one of the big questions in it, or the back half of it, was about, with Derek Thompson, was about how do you build a left? How do you build a relationship where the left doesn't just see technology as a social problem, but technology as a way to solve social problems? And my sense is AI has made this problem much, much worse. Affectively, the relationship between the left and technology is like worse than it has ever been. I think climate change is beginning to ease this because there's a recognition we needed green energy to solve our problems and technological innovation, and AI has made it much worse. Because it does present all these problems of power and concentration, like how do you navigate that tension?
Well, that's why I think you need to have some. I think you have to have some story of what's in it for people that is legible and plausible. That because right now, right now the latest data, and I don't think it's born of AI. I think it's born of a lot of things. Has the lowest share of, total income going to labor versus capital that we've ever seen. The way that the labs again sell investment into the models is that it's going to push that number even further, right? That's the whole point. Like
the billboard right outside my office, it just says "Stop hiring humans."
Yes,
like what a ghoul.
Yes,
to create that.
And so I think there's a sense in which, unless there's some distributive story, and I don't mean distributive in the sense of like we're going to tax it and give you a check. I mean like literally what's in it for me. I just think it's a very tough sell, and I also don't think the skepticism doesn't seem at all crazy to me. It seems totally rational. Like we're going to build this data center. Maybe there's going to be some jobs here, but fundamentally, like a bunch of really rich people who fundamentally like want to get rid of you are going to use it to get rid of you. Is basically the story now. And I think you're right to flip it on its head. It's like, well, what would we want? What would we want the technology to do? What if the LLMs could be good at doing their taxes? What if we could unblock all sorts of new ways of getting drugs? But I just think I guess what I'm saying is I don't think you could detach it from some distributive story about who has power and who's benefiting. And I think if you talk about things like in the abstract, what I think people are going to, particularly people on the left, but I think generally people's skepticism of this is high anyway, is going to think that they're going to be left out in the cold. And right now it's hard to see a lot of reasons why that's not the case. Again, to your point about it's not the future, it's now. Like the stock market's booming. There's going to be trillions of dollars of capital allocation to this. Lots of people use the technology. They like it. Maybe it drives a few of them insane. But what the tangible benefits are for people outside, I think a relatively small group of people, I think remains very abstract.
And that's where I actually think the political system is failing. That, of course, that's not going to come from the corporations.
Right.
Right. They're not going to tell a story about how they're going to become less powerful. They're not going to create a world. I mean, I remember the tour from OpenAI people some years ago about how much they wanted to be regulated. And I look at what Leading the Future, the PAC partially funded by OpenAI co-founder Greg Brockman, how much it is spending against Alex Boris in New York because he has had the temerity to try to do very modest safety-oriented regulation of AI. And so, like, this is what I mean, that if the way the public relates to it is to just say developing this and deciding how it's used is entirely the private market's prerogative, and we are just going to try to prevent harms around the edge, then there's no chance for that democratic vision you're talking about.
And I do think, Shrikat Chakrabarty, who's running in that Scott Wiener district in Pelosi district, does have this kind of like public AI model campaign plank, which I think is interesting, like that we should have a government administered LLM that, our own lab that's working on this and hires the best talent. And I do think thinking about some public stake or some public part in this is one first step in that. But I also think that, like, I want to ask this question because we have a question from the audience, and I think it sort of brings us to the data center fight, because that's where, like, the rubber hits the road on all this. Like, at some level, I'm extremely sympathetic to people fighting the data centers. At another level, there's part of me that's like, well, this is just the NIMBY gun pointed at another target. Usually I don't like the target they're pointing it at, but maybe this target's fine. And this question from the audience is, how would a system of government in the abundance model balance ensuring public sector decisions are both effective and democratic? We're seeing these fights over data centers. How would it resist capture by big corporations?
I mean, it's a big question. To keep it on the data center point, the thing I have heard talking to a lot of governors, mayors, representatives involved in the data center fights, because, like, to be blunt about this question, the way the American political system tries to balance this is that we elect people, and they're supposed to be able to balance the various incentives and interests of society in a way that makes sense. And the thing that I think the people who are more forward-looking on this are saying is, look, if you want all these data centers, what you have to do is not just pay for the electricity they're going to use. Like, that's table stakes. This is a tremendous amount of investment, a railroads level of investment that is going to genuinely be either a huge strain or an opportunity for transformation of a lot of our infrastructure, particularly our energy infrastructure. And so the data center build out has to be harnessed, in their view, to some public vision about how it is actually benefiting the communities it is part of. In this way, data centers are not like homes. When we argue that it should be easier to build homes, the reason it should be easier to build homes is it is good for people to be able to live in communities.
Yes, exactly.
Like like the idea is not omni-building, right? I don't want you to be able to build more coal power plants because those are bad for communities. And the question of whether a data center is good for like the community it is in, there's like questions about the broader state, about the broader country, right? There's questions about the air race with China, but the question about whether it's good for a community is in, that is something we actually know how to at least try to think about balancing. Now, you could at the state level create framework legislation about what kinds of investments in the grid, what kinds of investments in water, what kinds of investments in modernizing, like desperately needed, in creating modernization that is desperately needed in order to build big build-outs you want to force. And then if you create a clear like set of rules of the road, then there's certainty on how to invest and what you can get done. But what all the people actually dealing with this at town hall meetings tell me, and I think they're right about, is that unless you can tell like a town what is in it for them, they don't want it. And they're right, that like nothing is in it for them except like a bit of tax revenue. So like, but that's not impossible. If there's all this money behind it, money is fungible. Money can do a lot of things. And particularly as an opportunity to modernize our energy grid. Like, this is maybe the biggest opportunity to use private capital to do that ever.
And yes, modernize the grid, build out capacity, all that stuff. Well, you can mark down at 229.58 when we solved all this in your books. Ezra Klein of the New York Times.
Thank you. Chris Hayes, MSN Now.
Hey everyone, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. Please help yourself to refreshments in the foyer, and again, bathrooms are downstairs, and we'll see you back in about 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume momentarily.
Everyone, if you could, please return to your seats. We're going to be starting the program back up shortly. Thanks again.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume momentarily.
Since the Supreme Court shattered campaign finance law with its decision in Citizens United in 2010, Americans have been told that there are only two ways to stop corporate and dark money in politics. Either amend the U.S. Constitution or wait generations for a new Supreme Court. Turns out there's another way. Hi, my name is Tom Moore. I'm a Senior Fellow for Democracy Policy at CAP. Let me introduce you to CAP's Corporate Power Reset. The Corporate Power Reset is a new legal and legislative strategy developed by the Center for American Progress. Instead of trying to ban or restrict the corporate political spending that Citizens United opened up, this plan focuses on the legal powers granted to corporations by states. States create corporations, and corporations have only the powers that states give them. And what the state gives, the state can take away by amending their corporate statutes to say that corporations no longer have the power to spend money in politics. It's not regulation, it's redefinition. I've been working with folks on the ground in Montana for a year and a half on the Montana plan to help them get this on their ballot this fall. Last year, CAP's video and digital teams joined the effort, and once they started sharing this idea with the world, it spread like wildfire. In just days, the video we cut had over 6.7 million views across social media and tons of comments. And the next videos reached even more people. State lawmakers started hearing from their constituents about it, and then they started reaching out to us about how they could do the corporate power reset in their states. It's been the easiest sales job ever.
And Hawaii will lead in the effort to end dark money in politics.
I want to give you a great deal of credit, you and CAP. We can get rid of Citizens United.
What?
What?
This is very, very important.
You don't have to accept the unacceptable, and that's what the Montana plan is all about. And it is the best chance I've seen in a long time to put the Citizens United decision in its place, which is the dustbin of history.
And it's not just a few states. Corporate power reset bills have been filed in more than a dozen legislatures just this year. Lawmakers in a bunch of other states have also expressed interest. And Hawaii has gone the furthest of them all.
Governor Josh Green signed several bills into law today. One would limit corporate donations in Hawaii politics. Political action committees will not be allowed to spend any money received from corporations.
This year and next, my job is going to be to keep all those bills on track in the states and to prepare for the massive legal fight that this project is going to spark. I'm doing the best work of my career. I feel very grateful and privileged to have been given the freedom and support to pursue this idea. And that's CAP's strength. We not only come up with great ideas, but we have the teams to make them have real impact in the world.
Please welcome CAP Senior Fellow Jared Bernstein.
It is my privilege to introduce Senator Elizabeth Warren. I first met Professor Warren when she was working on her 2004 book, co-written with Amelia Warren Tyagi, called The Two-Income Trap. There are three things this fact tells you about her. First, she was writing about affordability literally 22 years before the rest of us. Second, her views are informed by data-driven analysis that is rare to the point of extinction in much of today's politics. She may not remember this, but our first conversation was not about legislation or economic trends. It was about the best deflator to use for consumer expenditure data. Third, in that book, Senator Warren examined the relationship between personal bankruptcies and economic insecurity. Years later, she championed bankruptcy legislation to protect consumers from the financial abuses that have informed her writings, her teachings, and her political ascension, followed a few years later by her brainchild, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Agreed. Talk about turning your analysis into action. It's a truly remarkable record, Senator. But all that pales beside the exchange I recently had with a friend, wherein we were bemoaning the situation we find ourselves in today. As the conversation became increasingly depressing, I asked my friend if he was losing hope. His reply was, "I'll give up hope when Elizabeth Warren stops fighting." I think we all know that's not going to happen. So without further ado, Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Thank you, Jared. That was a very generous introduction. Thank you all for the warm welcome. I love being in a room full of nerds, my kind of people. So I want to say thank you to Nira and to CAP for pulling everybody together for this conference. I think it's terrific. I love a chance to get together and talk about ideas. So a lot of folks in this room would tell you that costs are way up and Donald Trump is to blame. Kind of a simple message here. And it is true. And it is a big reason why Donald Trump's approval ratings have now reached record lows. But Americans are angry and have been angry for a very long time because costs have been going up for decades under both Republican and Democratic administrations. If we want to win the 2026 midterms and have a fighting chance in 2028, then we need to convince Americans that we're serious about taking on the big fights and lowering costs. I think it's that straightforward. And that means we have to do more than just general hand waving. The hand waving's been going on for a long time. What it means is specific proposals that would make meaningful differences in people's lives. Specific proposals that we are willing to be held accountable for delivering on. And I think the right place to start is with childcare. Now, childcare costs have risen at twice the rate of inflation. In 47 out of 50 states, families are paying more for childcare for 2 kids than rent for their whole family. And under Donald Trump, the crisis has gotten worse. Now, I've told the story many times. As a young mom, I was about an inch away from quitting my job before my Aunt B moved in to help with childcare. That was 40 years ago, and the problem has only gotten worse. And newsflash, not everybody has an Aunt B. So today, half of all children live in childcare deserts, meaning there are 2 or 3 children lined up who need care for every 1 care slot that is available. If you are lucky today in America, you might get a spot for your infant if you started today in 6 months. And then again, you might get stuck on a 2-year wait list for the privilege of paying $20,000 plus a year. So the question is, how did we get here? How did this one get so hard over time? The answer is just plain old Econ 101, supply and demand. Prices are high because lots of families need care and there's nowhere near enough care providers. So why aren't there enough care providers? Why aren't there enough child care workers? Again, Econ 101. There aren't enough workers because those workers are typically paid at rates lower than Uber drivers. So why not pay them more? Well, typically when you need more workers, you just pay them more. But families are already getting flattened by sky-high costs for care, and they just simply cannot afford to pay more. In other words, the private market has not and cannot solve the child care market problem. The only way to develop adequate child care is for the government to fill the gap by investing in families and workers. And look, it would be a smart investment with huge payoffs. Workers would be paid commensurate with the training and responsibilities that they take on. Babies get a very strong start in life, and families get a huge cost relief. As a nation, we support our economy right now by investing in roads and bridges and education so that all of our businesses and all of our workers can prosper. It is time to do the same for child care. Make this investment so that mamas and daddies can work, and we will all see the payoff. Child care shouldn't be a privilege reserved for a handful of the wealthy. Child care is public infrastructure that makes our communities and our businesses flourish. And you can applaud that. Look, want to talk about how we get there, because here's a part where the story takes a little bit of a twist. When I ran for president in 2020, I talked about child care literally at every single stop, while every other Democrat supported expanding child care. It just wasn't the key thing that they talked about. So when Joe Biden was elected, we were in the throes of COVID pandemic, and it ripped back the curtain on just how fragile our cobbled together childcare system really is. Everybody faced it head on at that point. And for the first time in a long time, we had the Democratic trifecta, the House, the Senate, the White House. To me, I thought, this is it. This is the golden chance. This is our moment to deliver universal child care. And I want to be clear, I was not alone in fighting for child care. Patty Murray and I burned up the phone lines as we strategized with each other over how to get a child care bill across the finish line. The advocates were out. They circulated data, they told the stories, they got them published, they brought families to the Hill to testify about the differences that a good child care program could make. And just like in 2020, almost every Democrat would tell you, if asked, sure, they supported child care. But not enough were willing to fight for it. They were largely just checking the box. The law the Democrats were putting together, Build Back Better, was never about how to build a robust, effective child care system. Never. Instead, it was an exercise in how weak and how ineffective we could make the child care program and still call it child care. How little could we invest in order to keep the price tag under an artificial cap? How much could we discourage states from implementing the program so the cost on paper wouldn't scare Joe Manchin, or the tax policies on the other side of the ledger wouldn't make Kyrsten Sinema give a little curtsy and vote no? That was a frustrating, aggravating process right up until the minute that child care dropped off the bill entirely. We lost child care because not enough Democrats who were already in office were actually willing to fight for it. They just backed off. And I believe down to my bones that Democrats who think there is no reward for fighting to deliver universal child care are just dead wrong. Today, cities and states across the country are the ones who are actually leading the charge here. Democrats like Governor Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey and Governor Abigail Spanberger in Virginia and Mayor Mamdani in New York. Yes, all of them. Think about those three. They all campaigned aggressively on increasing access to child care, and they all won. And I give them huge respect for that. But to deliver big for every American family, to have this influence every election, states and cities can't be left to do this alone. And here's the good news. They don't need to. Universal child care isn't just good policy, it is also good politics. Take a look at the Republican Party on the question of child care. They are fumbling the child care issue now at the most basic level. Vice President J.D. Vance's solution, just have the grandparents move next door. Heck of a solution, J.D. Last month, Donald Trump said out loud on camera that we can't, quote, take care of child care because we have to dump $1 billion a day into a war halfway around the world with Iran. So much for America first. Look, it would be political malpractice for Democrats not to be talking about child care every chance we get going into the midterms and beyond. When I look at the upcoming Democratic presidential primary, every 2028 candidate who understands what's happening in this country, who wants to win, and who will deliver for families, will make universal child care a core piece of their agenda. Yep. So, how do we get it done? First, cover everyone. We cannot be afraid of big structural change. And that means affordable, high quality care for every single American family. Look, Social Security is the most popular government program ever. And the reason is because it benefits everyone. And the same should be true of child care. Every parent, every employer, every worker needs to see exactly how a child care program will work for them. We must cover all families and keep prices manageable for all families. Let me give you an example. For the typical family who might be paying today $25,000 a year for child care, the proposal we've put together would save them $15,000 a year every year. Oh, and just to draw a line on this, for every mother, a single mother making $60,000 a year, she'd pay nothing at all. And that is a big deal. So that's number one. Make it apply to everyone, make it affordable for everyone. And number two, speed. Speed. We need to deliver quickly to solve the affordability crisis that is flattening families right now. I'm talking months, not years. And the only reason I'm talking months instead of years is because my team keeps telling me I can't talk weeks. But that's how we need to be thinking of this. And that is the kind of urgency we need to bring to this. And again, remember what happened last time the Democrats were in power. Talented, dedicated folks put together a whole lot of really good policy ideas. But speed was never baked in. So it took a long time for those investments to help families. Some benefits, like Medicare drug negotiations, were actually passed into law, but they were deliberately set up so that the price cuts would not kick in until years later. So when the election rolled around and people asked themselves, hey, what have the Democrats done for me? Too many of them felt the answer was not enough, or even worse, nothing at all. Our new child care proposal needs to get resources to states and localities right away. And that means setting up strike teams to help states and cities create more child care slots now. It means helping neighbors who babysit get licensed so they are eligible. It means rethinking regulations that are keeping out new providers. And yes, absolutely, we need to keep our kids safe. And yes, we need all kinds of providers who can meet those standards so that we have abundant, affordable, high-quality child care for every family in America. And the time to do this, to get it together, is now. When we get the next Democratic trifecta, we need legislation that is ready to pass on day one. And our legislation should make it possible for parents to access that care at a minimum in the very same year. Some people might say that's unrealistic. I say you don't get what you don't fight for. Now, I am putting my money where my mouth is on this. I have teamed up with the top Democratic appropriator, Senator Patty Murray, the top House Democrat for Education, Bobby Scott, and the outstanding Congresswoman from New York, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The four of us are doing the hard policy work right now. The nuts and bolts, the wiring, here's how the pieces will work, here's how we get the money in, here's how we get the money back out. We are working on a draft bill that will be ready as the day one solution when we take back power. And we need every Democrat, whether they are in office now or whether they are running for office, on board. Can I get an amen on that one? You got to make them do this. Look, it is a tough time. Costs, including the cost of child care, are crushing American families. And Donald Trump is too busy starting wars and lining his own pockets to care. We are in a fight to deliver for the American people, not to talk, but to deliver, to lower costs that are keeping people up at night and to give people some hope by showing them what it looks like to have a government that is on their side. The impact of universal, affordable childcare for all families would be truly seismic. It would mean a single mother could go back to school and get her nursing license. It would mean a young couple could start that small business they've been dreaming of. It would mean a family could start setting aside money for a down payment on a house. It would be life-changing for literally millions of people across this country. And whether you have kids or not, whether you like kids or not, I know some of you out there. I think, kids. Universal child care is truly the best investment we can make in strengthening our middle class. And that should matter to everyone. As Democrats go around the country over the next 5 months and ask people to vote for us, every single one of us should be talking about child care. We can take back Congress, then we can take back the White House, and then we can deliver universal child care and help rebuild America's middle class. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you all.
Please welcome Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock of Georgia and MS Now's Simone Sanders Townsend.
Here we are. Greetings, 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 everyone. Greetings, Senator. Thank you for joining us. I know there's many places you could be, like on the Hill, voting. And the senator does have some votes, so we're going to get quickly to the heart of the matter. Obviously, voting rights has been on the hearts and minds of lots of people in this country, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and our democracy writ large. So I want to start there talking about some pushing the conversation forward, given some things you yourself have said as of late. You have called Calais, which is a decision, the most recent decision about the VRA, Jim Crow in new clothes. Yes, he did. Now, I think the deeper issue, frankly, is that we are watching the same playbook that dismantled Reconstruction. After the dismantling of Reconstruction, you have the courts aiding and abetting in what's going on. The state legislatures are moving at record speed. The federal government is here playing a role. And so what does the next phase of this actually look like? Is it enough to just restore the Voting Rights Act, or does it need to be bigger?
Hello, everybody. Good to be here with you. Thank you so much. It's really hard, if not impossible, to overstate how important this moment is. What the Supreme Court did the other day is devastating. It's a massive blow to voting rights in this country. And if there's anything that keeps me up at night, is that there are a whole range of issues, right? I'm about to go vote in a few minutes. We got a vote going on. But there are a lot of issues we debate every single day. But the democracy is the house we live in. And MAGA politicians, some of them on the Supreme Court, are burning and looting the house. And so we have to take it seriously. I have been working ever since I came to the Senate to pass voting rights. I came in the 117th Congress, and we got a whole lot done that Congress. I sure wish we had passed the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Nothing could be more important. But going forward, we're focused on winning the midterms. We've got to set the table so that when Democrats are back in power, we have to pass the Voting Rights Advancement Act. We've got to do something about all of this dark money that's in our politics that, quite frankly, is behind the Supreme Court.
So along those lines, then, how are you going to get that done? Democrats, it's not as though they haven't had an answer to what Republicans have been doing in terms of a power grab, as I would call it. I think at the end of the day, this is all about power. State legislatures, governor's races, so on and so forth. When it comes to voting rights in America, there have been a number of bills in the House and in the Senate, and none of them have passed. And so what is going to happen differently? Are you endorsing getting rid of the filibuster? How are you going to get it done?
Let me be very clear. No arcane Senate procedure should block people's right to have their voices heard and their votes cast in their democracy. That is my position. And when we are back in power, we've got to pass voting rights. No more hand-wringing, no more delay. You can't fight for the people and then have the people send you into power and not fight to give the people the power for their voices to be heard in their democracy. So we need to pass the Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would ban racial gerrymandering, ban partial gerrymandering, or partisan gerrymandering. I think D.C. statehood is what we need, and we ought to provide a path for other territories of the United States, a democratic path for them to decide whether or not they want statehood. Here we are approaching the 250th anniversary of a nation born fighting taxation without representation. And here we are sitting in this place. So I'm deeply worried. I'm angry that the democracy is on fire. I think the answer to fighting those who are trying to fight the democracy is more democracy, is to make sure that the people that their voices can be heard. And so we need Supreme Court reform.
Okay, let's talk about Supreme Court reform. I was going there next. You, just as we were sitting here, you talked about MAGA politicians, and you said, well, some of them on the Supreme Court. Recently, you called some sitting justices on the Supreme Court political hacks. That's a quote. Look, for decades, I think it is safe to say that both parties, Democrats and Republicans, frankly tried to convince Americans that the court was apolitical. Now, in my estimation, I think the Republican Party apparatus said that but acted differently. It seems like now both parties are waking up to the fact, or have arrived at the same place, that the court is maybe a little more political than folks let on. So what does court reform look like? Do you think we need more justices on the Supreme Court? Because if the current ones are political hacks, how do you counter that?
Here's what we know. We know that what we are witnessing right now is not working. I'm angry about the dismantling of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. But the same court that dismantled Section 2 dismantled Section 5. They are also the same court that is responsible for Citizens United. And so while black voters are at the center of the discussion right now, we can't lose sight of the bigger picture. They are after the coalition, whether it is giving billionaires and heavyweight donors and corporations and outsized impact and influence in our politics through Citizens United, or suppressing the vote by dismantling Section 2, or gerrymandering folks through Section 5, or trying to pass the SAVE Act, which would disproportionately impact women, black people, brown people, working class people. They are after everyday Americans. And so it would be irresponsible for us not to respond. The court has been reformed before. We certainly need ethics, a code of ethics. Let's try that. That'll be a good first step.
Well, there is currently a code, but it's not enforceable.
Well,
so what? I mean, it seems like this is an early conversation.
That's the way to fix it. We need a code of ethics.
Okay.
And then there are a number of reforms on the table. Term limits, expansion of the court wouldn't be the first time. I think given the crisis we're in, Simone, all of those things have to be on the table.
And you are willing to not just have those conversations, but that's a vote you're also willing to take.
Everything should be on the table.
Everything should be on the table. You all heard that. Look, I think that the American people, I think what you just said is refreshing to hear, because I don't know how any politician in this country can credibly say that our democracy is in danger and then not be willing to take the steps to address the democracy being in danger. And so there's a poem by Edgar Guest that talks about doing the things that haven't been done before. Do you think Democrats need to, not just when it comes to the courts, but voting rights, but also our economy, need to do some things that haven't been done before? And if so, what are those things?
We owe it to the people. On the voting rights piece, I just want to, remind everybody that we had every Democrat on board for those voting bills that we were trying to pass.
So what happened?
At the end of the day, there were 2 United States senators who are no longer in the caucus, who were not willing to do what was necessary to pass it. And I thought then that we should have gotten voting rights done. I'm proud to have come into Congress at a time where, when you think about the amount of legislation we passed when I got elected in 21, and we wouldn't have done any of that had I not gotten elected. And John also. Georgia, I just want to say, Georgia saved the whole country. But we got to send John Ossoff back to the United States Senate. But think about what we did at Congress. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which included in that was the child tax credit. So we cut child poverty 40% for 6 months. We passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill. We passed a CHIPS and science bill, the most significant industrial policy we had seen in a very long time. We passed the first gun safety bill in 30 years. We passed the burn pits bill, which helped the veterans. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in clean energy ever in human history, and it capped the cost of prescription drugs, gave Medicaid the ability to negotiate the price of prescription drugs. All of that, and all of those are things that I support. I'm proud that we did it, but we're watching them burn that stuff down right now. We're seeing them undermine it. And if I had all of those things, and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, on the other hand, along with court reform and an expanding democracy, I take the voting rights bill over all of those bills. We have to save the democracy.
As we have this conversation, talk about voting on Capitol Hill, there's a piece of legislation, the SCORE Act, that particularly deals with athletics, colleges, so on and so forth. And it was a bipartisan bill, it's my understanding. I bring this up because the Congressional Black Caucus, of which you are a member, the Congressional Black Caucus on the House side, they have said that they are not voting for that legislation or any other legislation like it until the schools and the administrators in the South speak to what is happening on the attack for Black representation and Black voters. I'm wondering your take on this. There have been a lot of folks that have said the athletes at these schools in the South need to speak up. I am somebody that believes the administrators and everybody needs to speak up, not just the athletes and not just the Black athletes. But where do you come down on this? Because there is money to be made in the sports situation here. And I feel like if those folks were speaking up about the attack on our democracy, then maybe things would be happening a little differently. But maybe you disagree.
I think we all have a role to play, and I'm committed to doing my part. I love this country. I'm willing to take my chances at the end of the day with the people, with democracy. And so, that's what I'm deeply committed to. I'm a child of the South. I was born and raised in Georgia. And, I talk to Andy Young about this all the time. People think about the Civil Rights Movement, which gave us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, as something that saved black people. The reality is it saved the country.
Because it was about democracy.
And it especially helped the South. The South would not be enjoying the prosperity that it enjoys. The Atlanta that we know, that you just left this weekend, with the big football stadiums and the super highways and the innovation that's happening in a whole range of human fields, all of that would not be happening on the other side of a Jim Crow curtain. And so we are witnessing right now, with this attack on voting rights, Jim Crow in new clothes. We owe it to the whole republic. We owe it to our children to fight for it with all of our might. We need all hands on deck. And the good news is right now, as I'm speaking, Georgia voters are turning out in record numbers. We've got 2 Supreme Court seats up. They're taking it seriously. And at the end of the day, it's really the people. It is the people who are going to take their democracy back so that we can move forward and get some of these incredible things done, whether we're talking about child care or health care or dealing with the housing crisis, where we live in a country where the average age of the first-time homeowner is age 40. We can fix that, but we've got to think a lot bigger than we've been thinking, and really take seriously the moment that we're living in.
Let's talk about thinking a bit bigger. You mentioned all of the things that did get done during the first couple years after you came into office in the Senate, and there are some things that didn't get done. You mentioned child care. That was the second part of Build Back Better. And now what we talk about is the affordability crisis in America is just really the care economy. It just keeps getting a new name. I'm wondering if there are any lessons that you learned during those negotiations when it came to the care economy part of Build Back Better, or even the failure of the voting rights bill in the Senate. What lessons did you learn that you will take into this next fight? Because there is a real chance that Democrats take back the United States Senate, and that's not something I would have said a year ago.
Courage. I mean, we need moral courage in this moment. And at every inflection point in this country, whether we're talking about the civil rights movement or women's suffrage or the advancements of members of the LGBTQ community fighting for their humanity, it's just been people who are willing to stand up and center the concerns of ordinary people. And so that's what we need in this moment. We need that kind of leadership. And, as I sit here, here's what I'm not about to do. I'm not about to give in to those who are trying to weaponize despair. Because we'll win some of these battles, and if we're honest, we'll lose some. We'll win some elections. We'll lose some elections. But the battle we cannot lose is the battle between hope and despair. Because if we lose that battle, then we stop fighting. And then when we stop fighting, we don't. Here's why I can't stop. I mean, you see me sitting here. I'm a United States Senator, but I'm also a product of good public policy, good federal legislation. I'm a Head Start alum, long before any of those other degrees. I was a kid in Head Start. That program gave me access to literacy and learning and a love of reading. And then when I was in high school, my principal summoned me to the office. I thought I was in trouble. She wanted to tell me about a program called Upward Bound, a good federal program that put a kid growing up in public housing on a college campus on Saturdays and on the weekends. So I knew I could go to college because I was already on the campus. And then when I got ready to attend Morehouse, it was Pell Grants and low-interest student loans that provided a path for me. And so every day I'm thinking about that kid because it would be harder for me to do those things now.
All of those programs you just mentioned have been cut under this administration.
Yeah, a tax on the Department of Education. And so I'm fighting for that kid every single day who grew up on Cape Street, and kids like that all across my state and all across our country.
You know, I know we need to let you go. The last thing I'll say is often you are a pastor as well as a senator. And somebody said, mm-hmm. And you pastored the same church in Ebenezer Baptist Church that Dr. King
That's right.
once helmed. And I have to wonder, oftentimes he is regularly quoted, you know, the arc of the moral universe, it bends toward justice. And I find myself struggling right now with the question of, does it bend on its own? Or do people, it doesn't just bend on its own. People have to bend it. And so you talk about hope. What gives you hope in this moment that the people are going to bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice?
Absolutely. It does not bend on its own. That we've got to bend that arc. And it has always been the people. I'll close very quickly, and nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says, as I close.
That usually means another 10 minutes, but he has votes.
But look, I walk around Atlanta, Georgia, which means I get to hang out with giants. Mm-hmm. C.T. Vivian, I was watching a video of him earlier today, the courage with which he stood up to just brute force fighting for voting rights. John Lewis, my parishioner, is gone. Andy Young is still with us. He tells me the story about when they passed the Civil Rights Bill into law. Dr. King went to see President Johnson, and Johnson was celebrating the fact that they had passed the Civil Rights Bill into law. Dr. King said, great. And without skipping a beat, he said, that's great. We need voting rights. Didn't waste a moment. And the president kept saying, Martin, you're right. I just don't have the power to do that right now. I just don't have the power. And they left the meeting, and the staff was feeling all demoralized like some of us now and dejected and said, what are we going to do? The president said he can't get us voting rights. He said he doesn't have the power. Dr. King said, well, if the president doesn't have the power, I guess we're going to have to go to the South and get him some. And so that's what we got to do. We got to go to the South and get the people some power because when we stand up, we win.
That is a perfect place to end. Senator Raphael Warnock of the great state of Georgia, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York.
Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. Thank you to the Center for American Progress for bringing us all together, especially Neera Tanden. Let's give a shout out to her for her steadfast leadership. Now, you've heard a lot today about 2028, about our party, our country, and the ideas that will shape America's future. But I want to start with the truth at the center of it all. We don't get to build the future if Donald Trump gets to rig the rules and cherry-pick who has a voice in our democracy. No economic agenda matters if Trump intimidates voters. No health care plan matters if Republicans can choose the electorate before the electorate chooses them. No vision for 2028 matters if 26 is not free and fair. So let me say this plainly. The fight for the future is already here, and Democrats will win that fight. Trump is already escalating attacks on our elections for one reason. He knows his agenda is failing. Costs are too high. Families are getting squeezed. His approval is falling. And the American people are seeing through the same old Donald Trump grift. Rig the system, Enrich himself. You saw what he just did with his tax returns while you were here. He's going to exempt him and his family from all tax investigation or prosecution. Can you believe this? With him, you never know how low he goes. He's going to enrich himself and he's going to blame everyone else and dare people to stop him. He's fleecing America's families to line his own pockets without doing a thing about costs, chaos, corruption endemic to his administration. And when Trump cannot win people over, he tries to shut people out. When he cannot defend his record, he attacks the rules. And when he thinks he's losing, he does what he has done his entire life. He tries to cheat his way through. For months, Trump has been sowing seeds of doubt about the midterms, claiming that if Republicans don't win, the elections must be rigged. And last week, when he asked whether he'd deploy his masked agents to polling stations for the midterms, Donald Trump said, quote, "I do anything necessary." And we all know what that means. Trump will do everything necessary to make sure he wins. Donald Trump and the GOP know they're losing right now. Inflation's hit its worst level in years. The cost of everything from gas to groceries to health care to housing is through the roof. America knows who's caused it. Donald Trump. 77% of Americans blame their high cost of living on the president. Only 30% of them approve his handling of the economy, and even fewer believe that Trump's war with Iran, which has sent gas soaring towards $5 a gallon, has been worthwhile. If Republicans want to win back voters, they could change their policies. They could lower costs. They could protect health care. They could stop handing out favors to billionaires and corrupt buddies. They could try just once, to make life easier for working families. With policies so unpopular, what do wannabe autocrats do? They launch a coordinated, multi-front campaign to subvert the election. That's what the SAVE Act is all about. Republicans call it election integrity. It is not. It is voter suppression with a suit and tie. Right now in Congress, Trump's MAGA majorities are trying to usher in Jim Crow 2.0 by pushing the SAVE Act to disenfranchise tens of millions of voters. Up to now, we have thwarted them, but the fight goes on. Donald Trump will not give up in his fight to subvert the elections, and we must be ever, ever vigilant. The SAVE Act would actually purge millions of Americans. People in this room would show up at their voting place, the same place you voted at year after year, and they'd say, "Sorry, you're no longer on the books." What do I do? Well, next week, go to the Board of Elections. It's estimated over 20 million people, many of them people of color, many of them in blue areas, would lose their right to vote under the SAVE Act. And it's all done through a screening algorithm designed by Donald Trump, Russell Vought, and Elon Musk's Doge squad. As I've been saying for months, it's Jim Crow 2.0. And when I say that, it steams up the MAGA right. They go after me because they know it's true. And they also know it's the only way they can win the election. The SAVE Act would make it harder for eligible Americans to register to vote. It would put up new barriers for working people, seniors, students, rural voters, married women who change their names, and communities of color. The SAVE Act would also dismantle the most common and accessible ways to register to vote. Mail-in registration, gone. Registering at churches and college campuses, illegal. Registering when you get your driver's license or sign up for Social Security, no more. Under the SAVE Act, the only path to register to vote once they kick you off the rolls would be in person or at a state or local election office, which is out of the question for many voters. So that's not about protecting democracy. It's about protecting Republicans from the American people and from democracy. And the SAVE Act is only one piece of the scheme. Trump has elevated election deniers. He has threatened election officials. He has attacked mail voting. His administration has gone after voter data. He has targeted democracy organizations. It's amazing what they try to come up with. On the Supreme Court, the radical Republican-appointed majority is doing its part to gut the voting rights after chipping away at it for years. Advancing Trump's demand for Republicans to redraw congressional districts to steal seats mid-decade is a blatant attempt to prevent a Democratic majority in the House. It's shameful. Chief Justice Roberts, that ain't calling balls and strikes. And now, the right-wing Supreme Court is continuing to weaken voting rights, to invite more gerrymandering and open the door to more chaos in many different rulings before the midterms. Let's call it what it is: a coordinated campaign to rig the 2026 election before a single vote is cast. Trump's unprecedented plan to rig the 2026 election requires an unprecedented response. That's why I'm launching the Senate Democrats' Election Protection Task Force, the most expansive election protection effort our caucus has ever undertaken. This is not a messaging exercise. It's a real operation focusing on what they can do before the election, on the day of the election, and after Election Day. We're going to have lawyers and observers and rapid response teams, cybersecurity experts, state and local coordinating with state and local elected officials, all ready in key battlegrounds and high-risk jurisdictions to protect voters, election workers, to protect the count and the certification process. Our task force is bringing together 11 senators and some of the sharpest election experts in the country, people like Mark Elias and Eric Holder and Vanita Gupta and Norm Eisen and Skye Perryman, and so many others. We're meeting and talking on a weekly basis. We will work with state and local officials. We will identify where voters and election workers are most at risk, and we will be ready to respond the moment Trump or his allies try to intimidate voters, interfere with the count, disrupt the recount, or corrupt the certification. We are already preparing, and we will mount lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit at every stage of the process. Mark my words, we are ready to protect free and fair elections at every polling place, every precinct, every county office, every courthouse. And let me be clear, local officials run elections, voters decide elections. Donald Trump does not. This is not about process. It's about power. Republicans are already ignoring your wages, your health care, your rent, your grocery bill, and your freedom. Now they want to ignore your vote. That's what Trump's election scheme is all about. But in America, voters choose their leaders. Leaders do not choose their voters. So, in conclusion, the fight for 2028 starts now in 2026. And Senate Democrats are going to fight like hell to make sure our elections belong to the voters, not to Donald Trump. Thank you.
Please welcome Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey.
So I want to thank everybody that's here. It's so good to have a forum where we're not just talking about what we're against, we're talking about what we're for. We're challenging the moral imagination of our country about who we can be, not just who we're against. So I want to talk about a quiet emergency that's unfolding in this country, and it's making us sicker and poorer at the same time. Sicker because The food we are feeding our families is driving the worst chronic disease epidemic in the history of our nation. And poorer, because a handful of big corporations have created systems that drive up grocery costs, drive up the cost of insurance, drive up the cost of prescription drugs Americans now depend upon to manage diseases they should have never gotten in the first place. Big food companies, big pharmaceutical companies, profiting off of our pain, getting richer while American families get sicker and bills pile higher and higher. Every single day in America, 2,700 people die from diet-related diseases. That's nearly 1 million people dead every year from what we eat. More than die from Alzheimer's, accidents on our highways, strokes combined. And we in this country have normalized it. Half of our adults are diabetic or pre-diabetic. 1 in 4 teenagers, adult onset diabetes, had to be changed in name. Half the children alive in this country right now, today, are projected to be obese by the time they are 35. Cancer rates in young people are skyrocketing. Dementia rates in elderly people are skyrocketing. And a chorus of doctors, researchers, and experts are now tying much of this American health crisis to ultra-processed foods Americans are eating every single day. Diet-related chronic disease is now the #1 killer of Americans, more than guns, more than cars, more than opioids, more than anything. We don't have a healthcare system in this country. We have a sick care system. We wait for people to get sick, and then we charge them a fortune to manage the symptoms of an illness the big food companies engineered on their dinner plates. And here is the part that should make every taxpayer in America furious, ticked off, because we are paying for this crisis twice. We pay on the front end when our tax dollars incentivize farmers to grow massive amounts of corn and soybeans, which are primarily used to feed animals on factory farms, or as ingredients in cheap, ultra-processed foods that are making us sick. Then we pay a second time, at the back end, when those same Americans show up at the hospital with type 2 diabetes or other ailments. Think about this. Nearly 1 out of every $3 in the federal budget now goes to health care. Type 2 diabetes alone, just one of many diet-related diseases, costs us taxpayers $300 billion a year in direct medical costs. And that's just diabetes. Cancer rates up, dementia rates up, hypertension up, heart disease up, kidney failure, fatty liver disease in children, all of it skyrocketing. Put it all together and we are spending trillions of dollars every year treating diseases that would not exist at this scale if big corporations had not built a food system designed to make us sick. And at every step of this crisis, someone is getting rich off of it. The food companies that make us sick, the insurance companies that ration our care, and the prescription drug companies charging Americans the highest prices in the world for medications this broken system makes you need. Profiting off our pain. We are subsidizing the sickness. Then we are subsidizing the medicine. And American families, American taxpayers are losing twice. Take, for example, my own neighborhood in Newark. A kid walks into the corner bodega, and a Twinkie-like product is cheaper than an apple. Let that sink in. Because of what we subsidize, the Twinkie-like product is cheaper than the apple. multinational corporations have built a food system where the food that will kill us is cheaper than the food that will save us. And they use our tax dollars to make it that way. This is not the free market. This is not by accident. This is a policy choice. Corporate lobbyists wrote it this way. Both parties signed it. And the American people are paying for it with their wallets, with their waistlines, and with their lives. So here's my big idea, and it actually fits on a bumper sticker. It's food is medicine, and it's time to heal America. HEAL, healthy eating for American lives. It's not a slogan, it's a policy agenda, and here's what it looks like. 3 moves right now. Number 1, double the bucks. Right now, a tiny pilot program lets some SNAP recipients double a portion of their benefits when they buy fresh fruits and vegetables. It works. I met a woman on an urban farm in my city, Newark, whose diabetes reversed because of the abundance of it. I met another woman on that farm whose gut disease, where she paid $700 a month on medication, only $100 came from her, $600 from the taxpayer. That disease vanished once she was able to purchase all of those fruits and vegetables. We need to scale that program up, make it universal. SNAP dollars spent on real fruit, real vegetables, real food from a real farm counts double. We turn a $113 billion grocery program into the largest preventative medicine program in American history, and we make healthy food more affordable for families that need it most. Number 2, feed the kids and the troops right. The federal government is the largest food buyer on the planet Earth. USDA, Pentagon, school lunches, military bases, VA hospitals. We spend billions of dollars a year, and too often we use it to buy ultra-processed slop laden with chemicals and serve it to our children and our soldiers. That ends. Every meal the federal government pays for will be a healthy meal sourced from American family farmers, and we restore and we expand the local farm to school and farm to food bank money that the Trump administration canceled. And look, while we're talking about kids, let me say it plainly. Hunger in the wealthiest nation in human history is a moral obscenity. No child in America should go to bed hungry. No child in America should be fed poison because poison is all their family can afford. Ending child hunger is one of the great unfinished tasks of our nation. The fight is about the child tax credit. This is a fight about wages. This is a fight about housing. This is a fight for big ideas for another speech. But know this, feeding our kids is healthy food. That's where it starts. And so number 3, and finally, pre-tax produce. If you can spend pre-tax dollars right now on Band-Aids and aspirin in your health savings account, you should be able to spend pre-tax dollars on broccoli and blueberries. Food is medicine. Let the tax code finally treat it that way. And that's it. That's the big idea. Double the bucks. Feed our kids and our troops right. Leverage all that money from the federal government and pre-tax produce. Scaling up programs like SNAP Double Bucks and reimagining federal food procurement would not only provide tens of millions of Americans with accessible, affordable foods, it would also provide transformative economic opportunities for family farmers across our country. Since the last Farm Bill in 2018, 150,000 American family farmers have gone out of business. These investments would enable farmers to grow healthy food for their neighbors and build resilient local and regional food systems. So let me end by saying something to my fellow Democrats. Some of you might be surprised that I came here to talk about food. Don't be. Because while we're debating other big things, millions of American moms and dads turn their attention to what is on their dinner plate And a movement called Maha caught fire in the vacuum we left behind. We should not be fighting that movement. We should be telling those loving moms and dads that they are right. Right about the chemicals, right about the ultra-processed foods, right about the chronic disease, right that something in America is profoundly broken. And we need to talk about how those moms and dads are being betrayed by the current administration, who says it supports them while its lawyers walk into the Supreme Court to protect pesticide companies, while they cut funding for school lunches and betray those moms and dads. I've said it before about other issues. This is not left or right. It's right versus wrong. This is America versus big corporations who are making us sick. And it's time for Democrats not to lead from the left, but lead America as a whole. Because earning back trust means showing up where people are actually living. And people in America live in their homes and at their kitchen tables. And too often, because of this broken system, they live at the pharmacy counter. So I'm going to say it simple. We can keep paying twice, subsidizing the sickness, then subsidizing the medicine, watching another generation of American kids grow sicker than their parents, and watching American families grow poorer paying for it, or we can decide that the wealthiest nation in human history will not also be the sickest, and that we will no longer accept a system where corporations get rich profiting off of our pain. Food is medicine. It is time to heal America for real. It is time to speak to our entire nation, who has more in common, has common pain, but they're looking for leaders who bring forth again our common purpose. Thank you.
Please welcome Senator Cory Booker, former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, CAP Senior Fellow Jared Bernstein, and co-founder and partner, Centerview Partners, Blair Efron, and as moderator, CAP President and CEO Neera Tanden.
How's everyone doing? Great. Oh, you're still hanging in. Thank you, Senator Booker, for those excellent remarks. I appreciate new idea, simple idea, powerful idea. Really appreciate that.
I understood the assignment.
Excellent. So this panel, we're changing a little bit. We're talking about the economy overall. We talked about cost of living this morning. And in this panel, our goal is to talk about what's happening in the economy and also how do we create more opportunity economy-wide. So, Jared, I'm going to start with you. When you look at the broad data, it doesn't look like the worst of times in 70 years, but consumer confidence is at a 70-year low. Why is everyone angry?
Well, let me take you back. You've been there to when we used to go out to WHNL, White House North Lawn, and talk to cameras about some new data report. And
when you were chair of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Biden.
Thank you. And the GDP report or strong jobs report or inflation was 9% and now it's 2.5%. And we would be talking about these improvements, and people would be essentially thinking, well, okay, so now you're telling me that my bag of groceries, which was already too expensive, is getting more expensive less quickly than it used to. And the cost of living was huge for folks, and they remembered their prices, and damn it, they wanted them back. And so I've spent a lot of time, and Neera, I know you have as well, we've done a lot of this at CAP, on trying to solve the affordability crisis. We've heard lots of good commentary about that today. But I actually think the answer to your question is why people are so mad. Affordability is a symptom, and it's a symptom of three large structural problems I'm going to name and not give details on, just in the interest of time. And that's the fact that there is an implicit social contract that if you work hard, you play by the rules, you go to work, maybe your spouse does too, probably your kids, if they're old enough, do as well. You ought to be able to not just get by, but to save something and be able to access some future opportunity. And when that contract breaks, and it's broken, I think now particularly, but it's as we heard earlier from Senator Warren, it's been that way for a while. That's one source. Part two, and boy, this 1.8 billion slush fund that we were just reading about, classic example of what I'm about to say. Part two, game is rigged. All right, so social contract broken, game rigged. Part three, look, you could say part one and two, you could blame Republicans for that, I guess, to some extent. But part three, nobody's got your back. Who's got my back? If I'm somebody trying to get by, I like to feel that if there's barriers to my getting ahead, there's vulnerabilities that I experience, there's discrimination, there's inaccessibility to upward ladders of mobility, you need to know that somebody's out there trying to help you in much of the ways we've heard from folks today, including Senator Booker just a few minutes ago. And I think if you put all that together, the affordability, cost of living problem, on top of these three structural issues of a broken implicit social contract, the fact that the game looks rigged and nobody's got your back, you can go pretty far to explaining what makes people so angry.
Thanks. Blair, I think a lot of people, including Jared, have written about the K-shaped economy, how the top, 20, 30, 40% are doing well. The bottom 60, 70% really struggling, 50, 60, 70% struggling. You work with a lot of business leaders. How can we, over the long term, have sustainable growth if a large share of the economy or a large share of the population and the economy are not keeping up or have a sense of optimism about the future?
So it's very simple. We can't keep growing the economy. We don't have that. The upper third right now, just since COVID, has 6% more wealth than it had during COVID. Obviously, stock market's at a record high. Corporate profits remain robust. That's 1/3. The 2/3, last month, real wages flat. And you point out earlier, Neera, about confidence. So in order to, Jared mentions the social contract, it's true. And if you're going to want to keep growing the economy, you need broad-based growth. Now, I would tell you most business leaders absolutely recognize that. And I think that with the right incentives, would be encouraged to put in programs that would start to help the bottom 2/3. So what does that mean? One, if you're making a lot more money as a company, you got to figure out how to share it. Okay, whether it's
excellent idea.
not so hard, right? Whether it's around wages, whether it's employment. Two, the idea of skills. I don't think the private partner, public partner partnership makes a lot of sense. I do think the private sector knows how to reskill, retrain, and they know where the jobs are. So the idea that the government would provide incentives to make that happen, I think would be highly attractive. And finally, what I would say is this question, obviously, around technology. And I say technology, not AI. I think often there's a confusion. Workers are scared because their skills are getting, in certain places, outdated. So what does that mean? AI has two impacts. Either you can have companies think about it as a productivity tool, i.e. take cost out, or you can think about it as a revenue tool. What can we do as a company to foster even more growth? That, to me, over the long term, is how companies will get rewarded and how we'll see the greatest economic impact.
Senator Booker, you have, well, let me start with Jared. Jared has talked about the idea of getting people's back and the idea that the social contract is fraying. An important element of that is people have, a lot of people are gaining from the stock market, but not most people. A lot of people aren't invested in the stock market. You've championed ideas. We appreciate the new idea today, but I also want to recognize, as Governor Newsom did earlier, your ideas around sharing wealth more broadly, baby bonds, other ways in which we can ensure not just a few, but everyone gains from the kind of levels we're seeing in the stock market and elsewhere. In terms of getting people's back, what ideas do you think would help in that regard?
Well, look, I want to frame this really quickly, that we are a nation that is yet again at a point where we are at a crossroads. Either the American experiment will begin to decay and die, and I would argue it's been decaying for a long time, or we, in our generation, with a new generation of leaders, as the last baby boomers are beginning to leave the stage, John Lewis, Jesse Jackson, I can go through, we could either renew America like past generations did at times of darkness and crisis. We're at that crossroads. To me, this reminds me of the 1930s, when most black people in America were Republicans. And a new guy came along and said, the deal is not working anymore. Everybody is getting screwed. It's time for a new deal. Coming out of the Depression, we saw a radical change in our politics with a new vision for America that made my grandparents lived in Detroit, them switch the entire city from Republican to Democrat, because suddenly you had a party that was speaking to the rural farmer and the urban factory worker, which my grandfather was on assembly lines. We are exactly in that point, and there's so many parallels between the massive expansion in wealth disparities, the concentration of corporate power. And so in the secrets of that, and remember, Democrats coming out of the New Deal held durable majorities in Congress for over 40 years until Tip O'Neill and the Reagan era ended the era of shared growth, where America had the largest expansion of the middle class before. So what I am saying right now is some of the same pillars of ideas, they need to now be ideas for the 21st century and a renewal of our country that means a lot of the same things. Breaking up big concentrated corporate power, ending mass corruption. Every branch of your government at the federal level is seriously corrupted. When Supreme Court justices can take unlimited gifts from billionaires, corrupted. When senators can trade stocks and corporate PACs are putting unconscionable amounts of money into our system right now, reining it down. It's one of the reasons why I don't take corporate PACs, I don't take issue area PACs, and then I don't even need to talk about the executive branch. Donald Trump is showing America how you could grift off of that office. So there has to be, the Democratic Party define themselves by simple, big ideas that inspired my grandfather's generation to run towards the Democratic Party and actually solve the problems that we have. One of those pillars has got to be raising the floor in this country so we banish forever the idea of a working poor. If you work in America, you should be able to meet the basic needs of your family. Another one of those pillars has got to be an anti-corruption pillar that puts term limits on the Supreme Court, that ends this kind of unlimited cash flowing into our politics, that actually creates fair maps, all the things that are corrupting our democracy. And remember, corruption drives up prices. Look at anybody from the oil industry all the way to the pharmaceutical industry who are writing the rules. And then finally, what was inspiring about America more than any other country was that this was the best nation to be born poor into or working class, because when my grandfather was born and raising my parents' generation, 95% did better than their parents. But all of those things we did to give them a lift, to make this the best place to raise a family, affordable child care, prenatal care, affordable college. I could go through all the things that made this the best place to be born, have been eroded or eviscerated, or the prices are out of the reach of people. Those three things are vital, that you have a vision that makes this the nation where everybody who is born feels like they have a fair shot. And in each of those buckets, there are policy things we can discuss. But if the Democratic Party doesn't make it simple and plain, that inspires the moral imagination of this country, we will miss an opportunity to save this nation and get it on the right track And we could go to massive extremes on either side, that like they had in the 30s and the 40s with Nazis, rallies, anti-Semitism off the charts, or even some people on the far left were talking about storming the Capitol and taking back our government. The middle has got to hold, and that means making a vision for this country that speaks to the whole nation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Senator Booker talked about basically our institutions have come from the 1930s. Most of the federal agencies come from the 1930s or the 1960s. We have one more recent. We have two more recent. Consumer Financial Protection Board, great agency. DHS, maybe not so great. But Jared, how do you look at the need to renew or think afresh about how we basically oversee our economic institutions? And what, just jumping off of what Senator Booker said, what do you think we should be doing going forward to ensure opportunity is real for everyone?
I think that in the time that in our history that Senator Booker just took us through with great analysis and great passion, my favorite combination, is a time when institutions and policies were worker-centered, family-centered, mobility-centered. So the Labor Department actually thought about ways in which we could increase unionization. Now, one of the pieces we recently wrote for CAP that I thought was important. I mean, I was a co-author, so maybe I can't say that, but the work that my co-authors did was important. Asked what would happen to union density in this country if we moved to sectoral bargaining, and the answer is it would double or triple. And that's a policy change that we could make. And if you want workers to have a better chance of getting a fair share of the pie, that's what unions do. So that's part of the solution. And by the way, one of the things we cited in that piece is that there is a lot more demand for that kind of collective bargaining, for more power in the workplace, which shouldn't surprise anyone, than people are able to access because the playing field is so tilted. That's another institutional reform. We have a National Labor Relations Board that is more often than not on the wrong side of these issues, when Republicans are in charge. So I don't think it's particularly complicated. I think I could take you through pretty much every government agency and ask the question, is this worker-centered? Is this mobility-centered? Is this affordability-centered? What's the plan for housing affordability? And I don't mean over 2 or 3 years, but I mean helping people with rent in the near term while we push out the supply curve in the long term. What's the plan for healthcare affordability? What's the plan for childcare in the spirit of earlier comments? It's these institutions, as you said, Neera, these institutions remain in place, but they've been hollowed out because they've lost this worker-centered, family-centered mission.
Thank you for that. And also, just to build on both of your comments, I think one great example of how, as a country, we did invest was the GI Bill of Rights. We had people coming back from the war.
My father.
And
wouldn't be here without it.
Yeah, and we as a country decided it was part of the sacred obligation to provide opportunities like access to housing, access to college. And that level of investment contributed to an incredibly strong economy for the country, for families, and for business. We've in the years since, we've had multiple rounds of tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, and there is a lot less support for working families. We disinvested, absolutely. So as we look at how to make the economy grow strongly for business, for consumers, for families, Blair, what are some ideas on taxes to make the world more fair, and investments to create more opportunity?
And with that, you said your father. You got to thank your mother also. So there's obviously a laundry list. I think the key thing in business generally, Neera, is more happens when you think in transformational ways.
You want to just hold it closer?
Transformational ways than in tactical ways, okay? So the first thing to do is to get us back on the footing that this country's always had until recently. Immigration. You have 50% of all CEOs were either born out of the country or their parents were born out of the country. It makes no sense to figure out how to keep them out instead of how to keep them in. You have 6 to 7 million jobs that need to be filled. You need the innovation that comes from a lot of our immigrants who end up staying here. Big area number one. Big area number two, trade. Obviously, there's been a ton of discussion around it. We want to, in a planful way, figure out how to back off of tariffs. It has to be planful because you have to glide it down. But that's been a toll tax on Americans. I know people say, well, you haven't actually recognized it. Actually, we have, but companies have done a good job making up for it. Okay, the fact of the matter is it's probably a half point worth of growth. R&D, it makes no sense for the government, which has always been doing moonshots, to cut back R&D. Let's get the $30 billion back into NIH. You mentioned taxes. The fact of the matter is it's regressive. We should think about a system that is more broad-based. That means more consumers. And I'm not sure that a tax code with 37% at the top rate at 650,000, given the increases in wealth, is actually the right way to be thinking about it today. And then finally, business likes certainty. The idea that we know what we're investing against for the long term really does matter. And you want to do it in a way that we attract capital globally. You don't want our friends to, quote, have to work with us as opposed to want to work with us. It makes a big difference. But I will also say this. I do think the business community writ large recognizes and would love something that invests for long-term strategic future rather than quarter to quarter. I think we can relook everything.
Thanks. Thank you, Blair. And then, Senator Booker, I'd love you to just close us out on ideas that you think are important for us to chart a path forward to creating more opportunity for all Americans, because I know you have so many.
Yeah, look, first of all, there is a helplessness that people feel right now, which I think is intentional, to make people believe that we cannot get our way out of these problems. We are here. In fact, American history is this perpetual testimony to the achievement of impossible things against impossible odds. But what was really important to me, and the reason why I'm such a raving fan of my friend here since law school, is because some people think we need to get radical and extreme and abandon the very things that have defined America for generations, the things that a black family from the poor South put their faith in when they came up to the North and found opportunities. And so what you just heard were a few ideas that, if we were able to implement them, would make radical change. Bargaining by sector, doubling or massively expanding the child tax credit, not a sexy policy, but we know factually that would cut child poverty in America in half, and kids that are raised above the poverty line have massive more earnings over a lifetime. It is possible. We can do this with common sense, radically pragmatic ideas. But the one last idea I'm going to leave you with is maybe one of the more controversial things said, because I'm saying it at a time that Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. When we do this big effort to win an election, and suddenly Joe Biden, for example, has 3, one of the big things that are stopping big pragmatic ideas on immigration, we know, protect strong border protection, but the thing that's going to grow our economy the quickest is having people who are smart and hardworking into our country. The thing that stops it is something in the Senate called the filibuster. And I am telling you right now, it is the biggest impediment that is to big ideas getting done, pragmatic ideas, and it's also the thing that's driving the most cynicism as I go back to a black community in Newark who feels like, God, we rallied. We were the biggest voting bloc in the country, but we're not seeing the change. The filibuster needs to be not eliminated, but reformed to a real filibuster. If you were going to stop legislation, you need to be like Mr. Smith going to Washington and standing on that floor. And take it for somebody who stood for over 25 hours. Make it hard. Those are the kind of big ideas that will enable the American way to happen again. This is the challenge, Neera, and this is why I love you. It is the American dream is in crisis. It is time to redeem the dream with big ideas that work.
Love you back, sir. And I will say, we need to ensure, as you're saying and you are doing, democracy delivers. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage CAP President and CEO Neera Tanden.
Thanks, everybody. How you doing? Yay! What an amazing day. What an amazing day. And we are so thrilled for our home run hitter here, Governor Wes Moore. Our next speaker has presided over one of the most significant public safety turnarounds in the country. When Governor Wes Moore took office in Maryland over 3 years ago, Baltimore was averaging close to a homicide a day. Non-fatal shootings were spiking, auto thefts were near record highs. Today, the picture looks extremely different. Statewide homicides are down 44% since Governor Moore took office. Non-fatal shootings down 40%. Robberies down 25% alone. I used to track these statistics very closely for President Biden, and I know this data well from Baltimore. They are, Baltimore and Maryland are really hallmarks for the country. I also think it's important for all of us to remember that as we think about the agenda for the future, it is hard for people to hear us if they don't think we understand core issues like how to keep them safe. So in this whole day, I am so glad we have Governor Moore here to talk about his record and his vision to ensure that we care and are actually delivering on public safety. Governor Moore proved something too easily forgotten, that you can be tough on violent crime and serious about prevention, that you can support law enforcement and community organizations, that public safety is a right, not a privilege, and that we are all invested in ensuring all our communities are safe. Please join me in welcoming the amazing Governor Moore to the stage.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Neera, I just first want to say thank you. Thank you not just for the introduction, but also for your remarkable leadership and just for the leadership for Center for American Progress. That it's not just that ideas matter, but you all continue to show the results matter. And so I am deeply humbled and honored to be able to be here and to spend a little bit of time talking about something that is fundamental to our sense of belonging and to our sense of community, and that is the issue of public service and public safety. That I learned in this role that when my phone rings in the middle of the night, I'm never about to get good news. That no one ever calls me at 3 in the morning and says, "Hey, Gov, I got great news for you." It's always the things that will break your heart are the things that will wake you up. And I know that ever so often when my phone rings in the middle of the night, and I first saw that in my first year as governor, when I got one of those calls from the mayor of Baltimore City, Brandon Scott. And when I heard his voice on the other end, he told me that there had been a mass shooting in Baltimore's Brooklyn neighborhood. The more I learned about what happened that night, I learned that not only was it the largest mass shooting in Baltimore's history, I also learned that some of the people who pulled the trigger were children, and I learned that every single one of the victims were children. Every one of them. That when I went to go to the hospital to go spend time with people who were just recovering from surgeries, people who doctors were working to save their lives, it was not lost to me that every single one of the people that I visited was a child. And the thing that most got me also was not just the heartbreak of that moment, but was also the days and the months that followed that I realized that there was a much bigger tragedy that we could not ignore. The bigger tragedy that we couldn't ignore was this, that in that area, in Baltimore, in Brooklyn, about 1 in 2 children are growing up in poverty. 1 in 2. And that we'd seen similar numbers in Brooklyn for well over a decade. And the people in Brooklyn knew it. That this was an area that was left behind. And you cannot understand what happened that night without understanding all of the nights that came before. You cannot just simply mourn the micro if you're not willing to do something about the macro. And for me, this issue was and continues to be deeply personal because I grew up in a community that was over-policed. That I felt handcuffs on my wrists by the time I was 11 years old. That I lived in a community where we were both scared of the kids with the guns and scared of the police officers with the badge. That the pitch of a police siren had a different tone depending on what neighborhood that you called home. And that people should not have to choose between feeling safe in their skin or feeling safe in their communities. That's not how things should work. And so when I took office in 2023, we made a pledge that this was something that we were going to focus in on every single day. Because if people do not feel safe, they will not come. And if people do not feel safe, they will not stay. And so, as Neera mentioned, that Maryland was suffering from an absolute crisis of violence. But even more dangerous than that crisis of violence, what we saw was that there was a crisis of apathy towards the violence. That the pain that people in Maryland were feeling was no longer a piercing pain. It was now a chronic one. One that people just became accustomed to. That Baltimore was averaging almost a murder a day. That Maryland families did not feel safe. And that people were then being asked to choose between who you support to make sure that our communities were safe. Do you support law enforcement or do you support building stronger communities? People were forcing us to pick a side. And I realized, and I still believe, and I want to be very clear, that oftentimes the ones who are telling us to pick a side on public safety are ones who actually have no desire of actually addressing public safety. That too often it's people who have no interest in strengthening public safety, that too often it's the ones who do not live in the communities who are telling the communities to pick a side, that too often that it's people who think this is an ideology or some kind of academic exercise. Do you know who does not ask you to choose a side? The people that this is their everyday reality. The people who actually live in the communities. So I'm clear, I do not take my talking points when it comes to public safety from a political party or from someone who wants to do an academic exercises about it. And in the wake of Brooklyn, the state of Maryland decided that we would take a different type of approach. In the wake of Brooklyn, the state of Maryland decided that we would take an all-of-the-above approach when it came to public safety, and that all-of-the-above approach would rest on 3 commitments. The first commitment was accountability. The second commitment was intervention, or basically increasing resources to the people who are protecting our communities. And the third was prevention, and increasing the opportunities for those who are living in the communities where violent crime actually exists in the first place. And first, we focused on accountability. That I've been clear that loving and supporting your young people does not mean abandoning accountability. Accountability is actually how you show support. This is what our administration passed and signed when it came to making sure that when a child is in trouble and need, the answer is not just to tell them that it's okay, but that accountability must take a holistic form in the way that we are addressing it. That for too long, our system was not holding our young people accountable, and it was not setting them up to be rehabilitated either. That the Juvenile Law Reform Act of 2024 brought together those 2 things. Because I believe in second chances. I'm the recipient of second and third and eighth and ninth chances. But I will not tolerate lawlessness. And next week, I will sign the Youth Charging Reform Act. That right now, too many young people in Maryland are automatically charged in adult court. And they will wait an average of 4 months before a judge even decides whether their case belongs in adult court or juvenile court. And in some cases, we've got children who are waiting much longer. 85% of those cases ultimately get dismissed or sent back to juvenile court. But here's the thing, those months matter. And that delay matters. It matters to that child, it matters to that community, it matters to that family, and it matters to the entire system. Because it means that accountability comes too late. It means that services to support that child come too late. It means that we miss that critical window to change behavior and to improve outcomes. Now, the most serious offenses like murder and rape and carjacking, they will stay in adult court as they should. But for the cases that belong in juvenile court, we are going to act faster and make sure that accountability can actually mean something. We're going to deliver accountability faster. We're going to make better use of our juvenile system. We're going to deliver safer outcomes to the communities across our state, and we're going to do it now. The second, increased intervention and providing support to those who keep us safe. Today, Maryland is delivering record funding to local law enforcement, over $124 million this year alone. That's money for new equipment, that is money for overtime, that is money for sustainably backing officers who have been asking for it for years. I am a deep believer that you can have a law enforcement agency that moves with appropriate intensity and absolute integrity and full accountability, and you do not have to compromise on those things. And that's money that's matched by the oversight and accountability that makes sure that every dollar is delivering what it says it's going to deliver. And our law enforcement professionals will be expected to follow the highest of standards. We made a landmark investment in the Baltimore State's Attorney's Office. We backed their work of prosecuting violent crime. We asked them to do something different, which is actually to partner on reentry programming for people who are coming home. Because the reality is 95% of people who are incarcerated, they are coming home. So we must do a better job of both preparing them for reentry, but also preparing society for their reentry as well. That the work of public safety does not end on arrest nor on conviction. That if you want fewer crimes tomorrow, it means you break the cycle today. Maryland is now one of the only states in the country that hires state lawyers and partners them inside of the U.S. Attorney's Office. They work shoulder to shoulder with federal prosecutors to ensure that violent criminals are held accountable. And to connect federal and state and local law enforcement in real time, we have built out the Maryland Criminal Intelligence Network. Since its inception, it has disrupted more than 3,900 criminal organizations. It has removed more than 4,800 illegal firearms from our streets. It has seized nearly $80 million in drugs, in cash, and other assets. It's done what it's intended to do. Where just a few weeks ago, I stood with the sheriffs of Worcester and Wycomico County. And for those who don't know Maryland, Worcester and Wycomico County aren't necessarily Democratic areas. These are two rural counties in reliably Republican areas of our state. These are both counties that I lost by thousands of votes. But public safety doesn't care about politics. It cares about results. And after a years-long investigation, We dismantled a drug trafficking organization pushing narcotics across the Eastern Shore and Baltimore and Pennsylvania and Virginia and Delaware. We brought together 13 federal, state, and local agencies. We delivered more than 80 search warrants. We seized more than 42 kilograms of cocaine, one of the largest seizures in the history of Wicomico County. And we worked together to make sure we didn't just get the job done, but we sent a message that if we said it, we meant it. But we also know that delivering intervention doesn't just mean supporting law enforcement, because we've also dedicated funding for community violence intervention programs like the Baltimore Safe Streets Initiative. This program deploys credible messengers to provide support for those at risk of committing crime. It helps to address the issue of retaliatory crime, because we know that oftentimes that's the crime and the violence that we are talking about. It is retaliatory by nature. So those who are closest to the community have got to be the ones who are first at the table. Third, prevention. We dedicated our time to get tough on the root causes of crime. That in Maryland, nearly half of all drug arrests in the 2000s were for cannabis. Black Marylanders were 3 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis than white Marylanders before legalization. And every one of those misdemeanor convictions was making it harder to get a job, making it harder to find housing, making it harder to start a business, making it harder to come home. In 2022, our state voted to have a recreational cannabis market. And so I pledged that we would make sure that the cannabis market was rolled out equitably and safely. But I also knew that I refused to celebrate the benefits of legalization if we did not also address the consequences of criminalization. And that's why in 2024, I signed pardons for more than 175,000 cannabis convictions. It was the largest mass pardon in the history of the United States of America. Because you cannot reduce violent crime if you're not addressing the conditions in the communities where the violence actually exists. That means investing state resources in a way that will strengthen communities, by delivering more support for public education, by building out job training programs and reentry programs, by supporting behavioral health, and by fighting child poverty. It's why our administration raised the minimum wage, giving over 160,000 Maryland workers a pay raise bump. It's why we have expanded the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit inside of the state of Maryland. It is why we launched the most ambitious state-led, place-based anti-poverty effort in this country's history called the Enough Initiative. And by the way, Enough is an acronym. It stands for Engaging Neighborhoods, Organizations, Unions, Governments, and Households. Or basically, la-di-da-di, everybody. And the premise of Enough is simple. Our communities provide the vision. The state, the private sector, and philanthropy provide the support, and not the other way around, as it's often done. We've delivered almost $70 million to 28 communities across our state. These are urban, rural, and suburban communities, and these communities have been dealing with the issue of not just concentrated poverty, but generational poverty. That if you looked at the poverty map in 2023, it's not just that it's everywhere. It's that if you look to the same map in 2013, it looks exactly the same. Or in 2003. The only difference is the red areas have just gotten redder. Concentrated generational poverty. These areas and communities are now developing their own plans to address poverty in their own communities. Every dollar that the state has put in through Enough, philanthropy, and state agencies have put in 3 more. That turns $70 million into nearly $280 million, and the community decides where that capital goes. If you look at McElderry Park on the east side of Baltimore, a community organization called Tendia Family used their Enough grant to launch a program called the Drug Free Down the Hill. It's a neighborhood patrol, but not like one that you probably have heard about. They actually actively find people who are struggling with addiction. They connect them with recovery and job training and housing. They offer free haircuts and food and clothing. They provide mental health supports. They came up with the idea, not the state. Earlier, I talked about how we strengthen coordination amongst law enforcement to go after people who hurt our community. But we also strengthen coordination between those who are working to help our communities too. That public safety requires violence prevention, direct violence intervention, and maintaining accountability. And that's why we created a program called the Thrive Academy that focuses on youth that have the highest probability of either being the victim or the perpetrator of gun violence. The youth who are going through the most challenges, and now we have seen that 9 out of 10 participants have not had a gun-related offense post-enrollment. And for the first time ever, Maryland's Department of Public Safety, Human Services, and Juvenile Services are working together to integrate violence prevention. That's more than 2,000 families concentrated in 14 zip codes across our state that are receiving supports. Communities in Hagerstown in Western Maryland, Salisbury in the Eastern Shore, East Baltimore, Capitol Heights, District Heights, and Prince George's County. That regardless of your background, we are going to focus on your future. That no matter the obstacles you might have faced, we're going to provide supports and family navigators through our Safer, Stronger Together initiative that's going to focus on your opportunities. That we made sure that high schools are not being evaluated exclusively on their four-year college acceptance rate, because that is an input, but it is not a key performance indicator. That every single child, whether you head to a four-year college or not, needs to find a pathway to work and wages and wealth. That I can say that I'm very proud. I believe I'm one of the only governors in this country that graduated from a two-year college. That I joined the Army when I was 17 years old. I did not have a traditional background, and things worked out just fine. And we want to make sure that every single child knows that they can find their pathway, no matter their origin story. And since 2023, we have more than doubled the number of youth apprentices in our high schools. Since 2023, we have grown our apprenticeship network to over 1,200 participating employers statewide. Since 2023, we have partnered with unions and employers to graduate over 5,000 apprentices. And by the end of my second term, we have set our goal to have 4,000 Maryland high schoolers graduating with registered apprenticeships every single year. The reason I bring that up is this, as I'm coming to a close. It's not just what we did. It's that results actually matter too. That 3 years after I took office, homicides are down more than 40% statewide. Non-fatal shootings are down more than 50%. Juvenile homicides are down 29%. Robberies are on track to have the lowest number that we have seen in decades. And the progress is sustainable because while violent crime saw historic drops last year, I know because we are doing our performance cabinets on public safety, and I know for a fact, because I had one this morning, that so far this year, homicides are now down statewide over 25% again after historic drops of last year. Now, I know that the President of the United States likes to call Baltimore City a hellhole. But I've learned that trying to fact-check the president is an exhausting and a completely fruitless exercise. And frankly, none of us have enough time in our day because we actually want to get real work done. But he should check his facts around Baltimore. And better yet, he should actually come visit Baltimore. But he should come visit Baltimore not to lecture. He should come visit Baltimore to learn. Because if he did, he would learn about the all of the above strategy that Maryland has employed when it comes to public safety. He would learn that homicides in Baltimore are now down 58% since I was inaugurated. He would learn that this past year alone, Baltimore recorded the largest year-over-year drop in homicides ever measured in the city. The last time the homicide rate was this low in Baltimore City, I was not born yet. I would love for him to come and learn, because he could learn that these results are not an accident. They're proof of what happens when you reject false choices and you don't succumb to ideologies. That after Brooklyn, we did not make Maryland safer by militarizing our neighborhoods. We did not make Maryland safer by calling in the National Guard. We made Maryland safer despite the fact that the FBI and the DEA and the ATF agents were being pulled off of drug and gun trafficking investigations. We made Maryland safer by saying our communities do not need us to save them. We needed to stop passing bad policies that were hurting them. That we needed to allow our communities the space and the grace to save themselves. We did not have to save Brooklyn. Brooklyn saved itself. And that's why I keep on coming back to that night in Brooklyn. That's why I keep coming back to Crystal Gonzalez, whose daughter was shot and killed in Brooklyn that night. And that night I made her a promise that I would never spend my time as governor simply giving thoughts and prayers. I would not spend my time as governor just simply attending funerals and not passing a single piece of legislation. I would not spend my time as governor just giving eulogies. That good government is about making strong choices. And it's not about making choices for communities. It's about making choices with them. The president thinks our job is to oversee communities. I think our job is to actually see communities. Our job is to leave no one behind. So God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
I'm really here to say thank you, but really, I want to give us all a charge. And that charge is, when people ask you, where are all our leaders? Now you have an answer. And when they ask you, where are all our ideas? You also have an answer. We pulled together this ideas conference because we know that to win the future, we have to tell people where to go, what the path is forward. So we're thrilled to have you all here. We're thrilled with the fantastic speakers we've had all day. Governors, mayors, members of Congress, future speakers, future Senate Majority Leaders. And we're thrilled with the feedback. We will have more ideas for you in the months to come. And we are excited for the next Ideas Conference. Thank you all for being here. Have a wonderful evening.